In the century before the birth of Gaius Julius Caesar, the Roman Republic stood as the dominant power in the Mediterranean, yet beneath the marble surfaces and triumphal processions, it was a state increasingly riven by tension. From the Capitoline Hill, where temples of ancient gods looked down upon the crowded forum, senators in white-bordered togas gathered to deliberate on wars, taxes, and honours. Merchant ships brought grain, wine, and luxury goods from Sicily, Africa, Spain, and the Greek East, filling the Tiber with traffic and the warehouses with spoil. Victorious generals led processions that displayed captured kings, shining armour, and exotic animals. To a casual observer, Rome appeared unshakably strong. Yet each conquest poured more wealth into a narrow elite, widened the gap between rich and poor, and pressed harder on the older frameworks of law and custom that had once kept rivalry within bounds. The republic that young Caesar would inherit had been shaped by these silent strains, by reforms and resistances, by the slow erosion of an older balance between senate, magistrates, and people. At the heart of the Roman system stood the magistrates, elected annually and invested with carefully graded powers. 2 consuls wearing the broad purple stripe on their tunics and attended by lictors carrying bundles of rods and axes held the highest ordinary authority, called imperium. Beneath them stood praetors, responsible above all for the administration of justice, and then the lesser offices of aedile and quaestor, which supervised markets, games, public buildings, and state finances. Above and beyond this yearly rotation stood the Senate, an assembly of former magistrates enrolled for life, who met in official spaces to debate policy, issue decrees, and advise those currently in office. This structure, known to later ages as the cursus honorum, the course of honours, was built to spread power among many hands and to limit the duration of any single man's command. It relied on unwritten norms as much as written law, on a shared reluctance to break precedent. The Roman people, however, were not merely passive spectators of aristocratic competition. They gathered in citizens' assemblies to vote on laws, to elect magistrates, and to decide on matters of war and peace. One assembly organised citizens by wealth into centuries, blocks that weighed the votes of the rich more heavily than those of the poor, reflecting the belief that those who equipped themselves for heavy infantry service should carry greater political weight. Another assembly divided citizens into tribes, district units that cut across family lines. On voting days, citizens moved in ordered groups across wooden bridges into fenced-off enclosures where they received wax tablets and marked their choices in secret before depositing them in urns. Heralds announced the progress of each century or tribe as the tally advanced slowly toward a decision. These procedures were elaborate, time-consuming, and grounded in the physical presence of citizens in the open air, under the watchful eyes of candidates, patrons, and political agents. Beneath these formal structures, Roman society was stratified into overlapping orders defined by birth, wealth, and public service. The older distinction between patrician and plebeian still existed in law and ritual, but by the time before Caesar, it was the nobility, the families whose members had attained the consulship, that formed the true inner circle of power. Around them gathered the equestrian order, citizens wealthy enough to equip themselves for cavalry service or to meet a property qualification, who often engaged in trade, tax farming, and financial operations that senators were not supposed to pursue. Binding all ranks together were networks of patronage. Each morning, clients assembled at the doors of prominent men to offer greetings, to seek assistance, and to form the retinues that followed their patrons to the forum and the law courts. These daily processions made visible the invisible ties of obligation and expectation that structured Roman politics. The expansion of Roman power after the defeat of Carthage transformed this social landscape. Conquests in Spain, Macedonia, Asia, and North Africa brought in rivers of tribute, taxes, and war booty. Senators and equestrians acquired vast estates in Italy, forming great landed domains worked by gangs of slaves. These estates produced wine, olive oil, and livestock for distant markets, while small peasant proprietors found it ever harder to compete. Many sold their plots and drifted into the city, where they swelled the ranks of the urban poor. dependent on casual labour, patronage, and public distributions of grain. In the countryside, chains rattled in fields and quarries where enslaved men and women toiled under overseers. In the provinces, Roman governors and their staff oversaw the extraction of taxes and resources, often with little effective oversight. A system that had once been shaped for a city-state was now straining to administer an empire, and the old balance between citizen farmer and senatorial ruler tilted decisively toward the latter. It was in this context that the tribunes Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus attempted to redirect the course of the Republic. Holding an office meant to protect the plebeians, they proposed agrarian laws intended to enforce limits on the occupation of public land and to redistribute property to poorer citizens. Their measures were not purely ideological. They responded to tangible problems of military recruitment, rural depopulation, and the concentration of land in the hands of a few. Commissions were established to survey holdings, to recover fields that exceeded legal limits, and to settle new smallholders. Yet these reforms threatened the interests of powerful senators who had long treated public land as private. The conflict that followed saw violent confrontations in the very spaces that symbolized Roman order. Tiberius Gracchus was killed in a melee on the Capitoline, a tribune of the people clubbed to death by fellow citizens. This event marked a grim precedent, the open use of lethal force in domestic political struggle. The aftermath of the Gracchian attempts did not restore harmony. Instead, Roman politics became more openly polarized, with leaders appealing to the people over the heads of the Senate, and the Senate trying to reassert control through extraordinary measures. The language of emergency began to appear with greater frequency. Senators declared that the Republic must be defended, and that magistrates should see to it that the state came to no harm. Such declarations, later known as ultimate decrees, gave cover for the use of force against citizens deemed seditious. Meanwhile, the economic currents that had prompted the Gracchi continued unabated. New provinces were organised in Transalpine Gaul, and in the east, new tax contracts were auctioned, and more wealth flowed homeward. Ambitious men learned that by promising land, debt relief or distributions, they could rally urban crowds and rural voters to their side, while opponents muttered about demagoguery and the erosion of ancestral ways. Another deep fracture opened in the relationship between Rome and her Italian allies. For generations, communities throughout the Italian peninsula had fought alongside Roman legions, supplying infantry, cavalry, and auxiliary troops. They shared in the dangers of campaigns, but not fully in the rewards of citizenship. Many possessed partial rights, such as the capacity to make treaties or to trade under Roman law, yet they lacked a voice in the assemblies that decided on war or peace. As land pressures grew and tax burdens fell unevenly, these allies pressed for a broader grant of citizenship. Their demands were debated, postponed, and sometimes supported by Roman politicians who saw in them a wider base of power. Eventually, frustration hardened into armed revolt in what modern historians call the Social War. Italian towns fortified their walls, minted coinage bearing their own symbols, and raised armies trained in Roman methods. The conflict was brutal, but its end brought the extension of citizenship across much of Italy, reshaping the body of citizens who would later acclaim or resist leaders like Caesar. At the same time, the Roman army itself was undergoing profound change. The traditional model of a citizen militia, in which property-owning farmers served for limited campaigns before returning to their fields, no longer matched the realities of distant, prolonged wars. Gaius Marius, a general of humble origins but immense ambition, instituted reforms that accepted volunteers from poorer citizens who did not meet the old property qualifications. These men were equipped at state expense, drilled into cohesive units, and kept under arms for many seasons. In camp, they cooked, dug, and marched under strict discipline, forming strong bonds with their officers and with one another. For such soldiers, the prospect of land grants at discharge and shares of plunder was vital. Their loyalty attached not only to the abstract republic, but also, and often more strongly, to the general who secured those rewards. armies began to resemble personal followings as much as civic levies, an evolution that would have far-reaching consequences. The culmination of these tensions came with the struggle between Marius and Lucius Cornelius Sulla. Rivalries over command in foreign wars, disputes in the assemblies, and the mobilization of urban crowds escalated beyond the capacity of customary procedures to contain them. Sulla, a patrician whose early career had been intertwined with that of Marius, took the unprecedented step of marching his legions on Rome itself. Soldiers trained to obey orders without question now advanced through the streets of their own capital. Civil conflict erupted, marked by executions, exiles, and the occupation of public spaces by armed men. Although power shifted more than once between rival factions, the pattern was set. Violence had entered the heart of Roman politics in a form that could not easily be forgotten, and the memory of soldiers seizing the city at a commander's order lingered in every later crisis. When Sulla finally emerged victorious, he assumed the office of dictator, not for a limited emergency, but to undertake a comprehensive reordering of the state. He expanded the size of the Senate by enrolling new members from among the equestrian order and former magistrates, increased the number of courts, and attempted to strengthen senatorial control over juries and provincial administration. Most strikingly, he sought to diminish the powers of the tribunes of the people, forbidding those who had held the tribunate from seeking higher office, and curbing their capacity to introduce legislation. Alongside these institutional changes, he issued lists of proscribed individuals whose lives and properties were forfeit. Names were posted in public places, and those who killed or betrayed the condemned received rewards, while the estates of the victims were auctioned at low prices to friends of the regime. The trauma of these years etched itself into the political imagination of Rome. By the time Gaius Julius Caesar was born in a modest yet ancient house somewhere in the crowded Subura district, he was entering a world shaped by this long sequence of expansion, reform, and civil bloodshed. The Republic remained outwardly intact, with consuls elected each year, assemblies convened, and laws inscribed on bronze and stone. Yet under the familiar ceremonies, the balance between Senate, people, and army had been altered. Wealth and poverty sat side by side in the streets, where noblemen were borne in litters past unemployed citizens and freedmen. Veterans remembered the promises and betrayals of earlier commanders. Italian allies had become fellow citizens, but their integration was incomplete. The precedent of generals marching on Rome, of tribunes slain, of property seized under colour of law, weighed heavily on every ambitious young noble. It was within this uneasy, brilliant, and deeply strained republic that the life of Caesar would unfold. The story of Gaius Julius Caesar begins long before his birth, in the slow formation of a Roman family whose name would one day become synonymous with rulership. The gens Julia to which he belonged was counted among the ancient patrician families of Rome, those lineages that, according to tradition, had been enrolled into the Senate in the earliest age of the city. Over centuries, members of this clan held high magistracies, appearing in the consular lists of the early republic, their gentilician named Julius, announcing a shared ancestry and shared memories of office. Yet by the late 2nd and early 1st centuries before Christ, when Caesar's parents were born, the Julii were no longer at the very summit of political power. They retained prestige, but their influence had faded compared with newer, more dynamic houses. This combination of venerable lineage and modest contemporary weight would shape the environment into which the future dictator arrived, giving him a past filled with legends and a present that required strenuous effort to regain lost prominence. Roman aristocratic memory liked to clothe itself in myth, and the Julii were no exception. They claimed descent from Iulus, also called Ascanius, who in Roman tradition was the son of the Trojan hero Aeneas, himself born of the goddess Venus and the mortal Anchises. The line that connected an obscure Roman infant in the Subura to a divine ancestress ran through the destroyed Latin city of Alba Longa, where the Julii were said to have held priestly offices before being brought to Rome by the king Tullus Hostilius. Different authors preserved variant versions of this genealogy, some identifying Iulus and Ascanius as the same person, others treating them as distinct sons of Aeneas, and later poets polished the story into a more elegant form. What remained constant was the claim that the blood of Venus flowed, in a distant and figurative sense, in the veins of the Julii, and this claim could be displayed on coins, in family cults, and in public rhetoric. Alongside this divine strand of ancestry ran more sober records of magistracies and priesthoods. Early in the Republic, men named Gaius Julius Iulus and Vopiscus Julius Iulus had held the consulship, and for generations the Julii Iuli appeared regularly in political life. Over time, however, this branch seems to have faded, and the family's prominence dwindled. In the later Republic, the Julii Ai were better known through a different cognomen, Caesar, attached to a line that had not yet reached the consulship by the time of our Caesar's birth. The meaning of this cognomen was itself the subject of speculation. Ancient explanations linked it variously to a child born with abundant hair, to grey eyes, to cutting from the womb, or even to the Punic word for an elephant, allegedly recalling an ancestor who had killed such an animal in battle, yet no single account can be verified. The very existence of multiple etymologies is testimony to the desire to anchor a family's distinctive name in some memorable physical or heroic trait, even when the original reason had been forgotten. Into this family line was born Caesar's father, also named Gaius Julius Caesar, a member of the Julii Caesares who reached the praetorship, one of the senior magistracies below the consulship. He later governed the province of Asia, an important and lucrative command in western Anatolia, which placed him among the respectable but not dominant aristocracy. Caesar's mother, Aurelia, came from the Aurelii Cottae, a distinguished family of senatorial rank, bringing with her connections, education, and a reputation for dignity that later authors would praise. Through his paternal aunt Julia, who married the powerful general Gaius Marius, young Caesar would be linked to a man whose military victories and political reforms redefined Rome's armies and its politics. Thus, in the person of the infant born in the Subura, several currents met at once: the old patrician pedigree of the Julii, the vigorous new prominence of a novus homo like Marius, and the solid, respectable standing of the Aurelii. The combination offered both advantages and dangers in the turbulent decades that followed. The exact day of Caesar's birth is reported by later sources as the 12th or 13th of the month of July, in the year that modern reckoning calls 100 BC. At that time, the Roman calendar had not yet undergone the reform that would later bear his name, and intercalations were often manipulated for political convenience, yet the placement of his birthday in high summer became part of his public image. What is clearer than the precise day is the place. Ancient testimony and later topographical study converge in locating the family house in the Subura, a densely populated neighbourhood that climbed the lower slopes of the Esquiline and Viminal hills, just beyond the monumental heart of the city. Thus, the child who could claim descent from Venus first opened his eyes not in a quiet aristocratic quarter, but in a district noted for its crowds, its commerce, and its proximity to poorer streets. The contrast between his mythical ancestry and his very real surroundings is striking, and it shaped how later writers imagined his earliest years. The Subura itself deserves close attention, for it provided the physical frame of his earliest sensations. It lay in a hollow between several hills, with roads like the Argoletum carrying traffic from the Forum toward the northeast, and side streets branching upward toward higher ground. The lower parts of the neighbourhood, closer to the valley floor, were packed with multi-storey tenements and shops. Here artisans hammered metal, cobblers stitched leather, and tavern keepers sold watered wine to labourers and mule drivers. Higher up the slopes, on slightly more elevated and airy ground, stood some more substantial houses, where senators and equestrians could live close to the Forum and yet enjoy a measure of separation from the most crowded alleys. Caesar's family house belonged to this upper zone, near enough to the popular streets to be aware of their noise and smells, but built as a domus rather than a cramped apartment. That position mirrored the family's social role. aristocratic yet situated at the edge of the masses whose support ambitious politicians would increasingly seek. To picture the house in which Caesar's mother laboured, one must recall the construction techniques of Roman urban dwellings. A patrician domus in the Subura would not rival the great mansions on the Palatine, yet it followed the same basic plan. Behind a street door wide enough to admit visitors and clients in the morning lay an entrance hall leading into the atrium, the central space open to the sky through a rectangular opening with a shallow pool below to catch rainwater. Around this hall ran small rooms used as bedrooms or storage. Further inside, beyond a narrower passage, the house widened again into perhaps a small internal garden or peristyle, where light and air softened the density of the quarter. Floors were laid in beaten mortar or tessellated tiles. Walls were plastered and occasionally painted, and the roof tiles formed a pitched covering against winter rains. Although the Subura was notorious for fires in its taller tenements, a lower domus of stone and tile offered relative safety compared with the timber-framed upper stories where many of the poor made their homes. Within this shell of brick, stone and timber lived a household composed of free and enslaved persons. Caesar's parents, their children, and perhaps older relatives occupied the more comfortable inner rooms. Greek and Latin-speaking slaves moved through the corridors, carrying water from nearby fountains, tending the kitchen fire, or standing by at the door to receive guests. Some had been acquired in war, others purchased in markets, and a few born within the household, already habituated to its routines. A trusted slave woman might serve as a wet nurse, especially if Aurelia's own health made nursing difficult, while another could mind older children. Male slaves might act as attendants for the master or younger boys, escorting them through the busy streets once they were old enough to leave the house. Even a household whose fortunes had waned would, by the standards of the city, appear well staffed, and the infant Gaius would have grown up amid many voices, footsteps, and hands that combined to sustain the domestic order. The arrival of a male child in such a family triggered a series of deeply rooted rituals. Shortly after birth, the father would formally acknowledge the child by taking him up in his arms, an act that signalled acceptance into the household. Some days later, commonly on the 8th or 9th day, a ceremony of purification and naming took place, in which the child received his praenomen, the personal name that preceded the nomen of Julius and the cognomen of Caesar. The choice of Gaius followed family tradition, for the Julii were conservative in their selection of praenomina, generally preferring Gaius, Lucius and Sextus. Relatives and clients might be present, small offerings could be made to the household gods, and amulets were prepared. In due time the boy would wear a bulla. A protective locket hung about his neck, though that belongs to a slightly later stage of childhood. The important point is that from his earliest days his identity was inscribed into a web of names that marked him as heir to an ancient genes, a bearer of the Julius name, and a member of the narrower Caesarian line within it. Expectations attended this naming as surely as the whispers of the genealogies. In the late Republic, a patrician family that had fallen somewhat from its earlier political prominence could hope that a gifted son might restore its lustre. The memory of consuls and priests from earlier centuries, the divine story that linked the Julii to Aeneas and Venus, and the more recent connection to Marius through Julia, all combined to create an atmosphere in which ambition was both natural and, in a sense, obligatory. At the same time, the Subura location reminded the family daily of the volatility of urban crowds, the proximity of poverty, and the necessity of courtship of popular favour. Clients climbing the steep streets in the morning to salute Gaius Julius Caesar the Elder would have passed vendors, beggars and labourers, all part of the wider public whose support would be needed by any future candidate. Into this layered setting of myth, memory, modest house, and noisy neighbourhood, the infant who would one day remake the Roman state drew his first breath, an unnoticed arrival in a family that carried in its very name both the weight of antiquity and the sharp spur of unfulfilled potential. The childhood of Gaius Julius Caesar unfolded within a city already swollen with people, noise, and movement, and within a neighbourhood that ancient authors and modern scholars alike describe as among the most crowded and vivid in Rome, the Subura. This district lay in a hollow between the slopes of the Esquiline, Viminal, and Quirinal hills, its streets funneling traffic from the monumental forum up toward the city walls. The main road, called the Argiletum, ran from the forum into this depression, then forked into routes that climbed toward the higher ground, where somewhat better houses stood. The lower levels of the Subura contained tall apartment blocks or insulae, crowded with tenants and shops at street level, while the upper slopes sheltered more substantial domus, urban houses like that of Caesar's family, modest by patrician standards yet solid amid the teeming quarter. From dawn onward, the Subura would have impressed itself on the senses of a small child. Mule carts rattled over paving stones, bringing goods toward the forum and returning with emptier loads. Shopkeepers opened shutters, revealing the dim interiors of workshops where metal was hammered, leather cut and loaves baked. The air carried the smell of bread, wine, animal dung, wood smoke and human sweat. In the lower streets, taverns and informal eateries called popinae served food and drink to labourers and idlers, while prostitutes and gamblers sought customers. On higher streets, closer to the houses of senators and equestrians, the same sounds and smells reached a child's ears and nose, softened by distance but never entirely excluded. Rome at this time was already extraordinarily dense, with several hundreds of thousands of inhabitants pressed into its walls, and nowhere was that density more palpable than in quarters like the Subura. Within this neighbourhood stood the domus in which Caesar spent his earliest years, a structure that embodied both separation from and connection to the surrounding streets. Archaeological and literary evidence for houses in the lower Subura suggests standard atrium houses adapted to narrow plots on the slopes, with entrance doors opening directly onto the street. Passing through such a doorway, one entered a short passage leading into the atrium. The central hall opened to the scheme through a rectangular opening that allowed light and rain to fall into a shallow pool below. Around this space were small rooms used as bedrooms and storage, while toward the rear, a corridor might open onto a peristyle or small internal garden, giving a glimpse of plants, painted walls, and perhaps a household shrine. Floors could be laid in mortar or simple mosaic, walls plastered and occasionally decorated with colour. In such a space, a Roman child learned the first geography of his world, the distance from cradle to hearth, from mother's room to the door, from the shadowed corners to the brighter open centre where household life gathered. The household itself, the familia, consisted not only of parents and children, but also of slaves, freed persons, and clients who moved in and out across the threshold. Upper-class Roman families commonly entrusted much of the daily care of small children to slaves and nurses, while still insisting that the father retained ultimate authority. A wet nurse might provide milk for an infant, especially in wealthier homes where the mother's time, health, or social expectations made breastfeeding less common. Another female slave might soothe the child, rock him, or sing simple songs. Male slaves acted as general attendants, running errands, carrying messages, and later escorting older children outside. To modernise, it can seem paradoxical that those who were legally property played such intimate roles in shaping a freeborn boy's earliest experiences, yet in Rome this interdependence was woven deeply into domestic life. The child grew used to commands obeyed and services rendered, observing long before he could understand the gradations of status that structured his home. Rituals mark the passage from mere newborn to acknowledged member of the household. On a day of purification, usually the 9th day after the birth of a boy, relatives and clients might gather in the atrium. The infant would be cleansed and presented to the household gods, while the mother was likewise ritually restored after childbirth. On this day, called the Day of Purification, the boy received his praenomen, the first element of his Roman name. For a Julius, this was a conservative choice, and the infant was called Gaius. Small gifts, sometimes made of metal or simple materials, could be hung around his neck as little charms, and in time he would wear a more formal amulet, the bulla, a rounded locket suspended on a cord believed to ward off harm. The toddler boy also wore a toga with a purple border the toga praetexta, which marked him as freeborn and under paternal power. Sculptural portraits from the late Republic and early Empire show solemn boys draped in such garments, the bulla prominent at the chest, a visual sign of a status deeply cherished in Roman culture. As Caesar grew from infant to small boy, his world expanded gradually from the inner rooms to the atrium, and then to the threshold and street beyond. Yet even at this stage, Roman ideals expected parents, and above all the father, to shape character by example and admonition. Ancient discussions of education emphasize that the earliest training was moral and practical, teaching a child to honor the gods, respect elders, and internalize traditional virtues such as gravitas, dignity, and self-control. In practice, much of this early formation took the form of what the child saw and overheard. Business was often conducted in the front part of the house, where the father received clients in the morning, consulted with friends, and dealt with matters of law or finance. A small boy might watch from a doorway as poorer citizens entered to greet his father, received brief attention or instructions, and then accompanied him toward the forum. From such scenes he could begin to sense his place in a hierarchy of obligations and privileges, even if he could not yet articulate it. Outside the door, the streets of the Subura provided a rougher school. Roman writers described the lower parts of the quarter as places of taverns, brothels, and cramped apartments, yet they also hint at more ordinary scenes of children playing, vendors calling out prices, and artisans at work with doors open to the public way. For a boy of senatorial family, movement through this environment was usually mediated by an attendant, the pedagogos, often a Greek-speaking slave or freedman whose job was to guide, protect, and supervise the child, especially once he was old enough to go regularly beyond the house. This figure walked beside or slightly behind the boy, correcting his speech, reminding him of proper behaviour, and ensuring he did not loiter in unsuitable places. In this way, Caesar as a child would have encountered the bustle of the Subura not as a solitary wanderer, but as a noble pupil, both shielded from and exposed to urban life, learning how to carry himself amid those of lower and higher condition. Education in the narrow sense began when a boy of Caesar's rank was judged ready to attend instruction in letters, often around the age when he could sit still and form letters with a stylus. Some families brought a teacher into the house, while others sent their sons to a small schoolroom run by a schoolmaster, perhaps in a rented space near the forum or even within the Subura itself. There, seated on stools or benches, boys learned to trace letters on wax tablets, to spell out syllables, and then to read simple texts aloud. As they advanced, they copied and memorized passages from authors regarded as models of style and morality. Because the Roman elite valued Greek culture highly, instruction in the Greek language often accompanied or soon followed Latin, and a bilingual environment was common in houses of high status. For the young Caesar, whose later prose would be celebrated for clarity and restraint, these early exercises in reading and copying laid foundations that would bear fruit decades later in his commentaries. Yet life for a Roman boy was not only lessons and observation of adults. Play too filled many hours, though our evidence for it is fragmentary. Simple games with nuts, stones, or small clay objects could be played indoors, while in the streets, boys might roll hoops, throw balls, or play at mock battles with wooden swords. The presence of numerous other children in the Subura, from freeborn poor to slaves, meant that Caesar would have seen and perhaps interacted with boys whose circumstances differed sharply from his own. Some games may have been shared, others separated by status and by the constant supervision of attendants, yet the very disparity would have impressed itself on him. Meanwhile, within the house, he observed the differentiation between himself and enslaved children, who might be companions but were never equals in law. The scale of slavery in Italy was already immense, with perhaps a third of the population enslaved by the middle of the 1st century before Christ, and even in childhood Caesar lived within this structure, learning without explicit instruction what it meant to command and to be obeyed. Religious practice formed another constant strand in a boy's upbringing. In the household shrine, the Lorarium, small images of household gods received offerings of wine, incense, or garlands. On special days, the family might sacrifice at altars, visit temples, or take part in public festivals that filled the streets with processions, music, and ritual. The boy wearing his bulla and bordered toga participated as a junior member of the civic body, watching priests, magistrates, and sacrificial attendants perform acts whose significance he would slowly come to grasp. Particular attention surrounded rituals concerned with childhood itself, such as the later ceremony in which a boy, reaching the threshold of manhood, removed his bulla and toga praetexta and assumed the plain white toga of an adult citizen, dedicating his childhood amulet to the household gods. For Caesar, this transition lay in the future, yet even in his earliest years, the constant presence of cult images, sacred days, and public rites imbued his sense of self with a religious dimension inseparable from family and city. Taken together, these elements of Caesar's childhood in the Subura reveal a world in which intimacy and enormity were intertwined. Inside the domus, he experienced the close bonds of family, the care of nurses and slaves, the measured lectures of a pedagogue, and the regular rhythm of meals, sleep, and lessons. Beyond the threshold, he glimpsed a metropolis of unprecedented size, its streets choked with people whose lives bore little resemblance to his own, yet were bound to his family through clientage, trade, and law. The Subura, with its mixture of cramped tenements and respectable houses, of artisans, tavern keepers, prostitutes, and senators, embodied the social complexity of Rome itself. Growing up in such a place, the boy who would one day command legions and reshape the state learned from the beginning that Rome was not an abstraction, but a dense fabric of individuals, noises, and spaces in which status was always present yet always negotiated in the press of daily life. As the boy Gaius Julius Caesar moved from the protected world of early childhood into youth, his life began to be shaped by a more deliberate and systematic training. In the late Republic, families of senatorial rank increasingly regarded formal education not as a luxury, but as an instrument for power, a preparation for law courts, assemblies, and commands. Roman schooling by this time followed a loosely structured sequence. First came elementary instruction in reading, writing, and calculating, often provided by a humble teacher known as a primary master. Then, for those of higher status, there followed the grammaticus, who introduced literature, grammar, and cultural history. Finally, a small minority proceeded to the demanding realm of rhetoric, where boys who were expected one day to speak in the forum learned the art of persuasion. This three-stage progression, heavily influenced by Greek models, had spread through the city and its provinces, but it remained most fully developed among the elite, whose sons could afford tutors, books, and the leisure required for long years of study. In Caesar's case, the dividing line between home and school was blurred by the presence of a distinguished tutor within the household itself. Ancient testimony preserves the name of Marcus Antonius Gnipho, a grammarian of Gallic origin who had been exposed as an infant, enslaved, later freed, and then educated to a high level in Greek and Latin learning. Suetonius relates that Gnipho first gave instruction in the house of the deified Julius when the latter was still a boy, before opening a school of his own that drew pupils even as prominent as Cicero during his praetorship. For a patrician family to entrust its son to a freedman of provincial birth illustrates a characteristic feature of Roman education in this period. Expertise in language and literature could outweigh humble origins, and grammarians, though socially inferior to their pupils, wielded considerable influence over the shaping of aristocratic minds. In the rooms of the Subura house, under Gnipho's guidance, the foundations of Caesar's command of Latin were laid. The earliest phase of more formal training focused on basic skills. Sitting with wax tablets on his knees, stylus in hand, the boy traced letters repeatedly, learning proper shapes and sequences under the correction of his teacher. He practiced reading aloud, first syllable by syllable, then word by word, until sentences emerged with a steady rhythm. Copying short phrases, he absorbed correct spelling and familiar expressions. Such exercises were not merely mechanical. They introduced him to the idea that language had rules, that words followed one another in patterned ways, and that errors could be singled out and amended. For a family that prized both Latin and Greek, instruction was likely bilingual. Enslaved Greeks and educated tutors would converse with him in Greek, recite simple verses, and gradually unfold that language's different sounds and structures. Roman educational writers later emphasized just this combination of memorization, repeated copying, and oral recitation as the core of elementary training, a demanding regime intended to discipline the tongue, the hand, and the memory at once. As Caesar advanced, the work of the Grammaticus broadened his horizon from isolated phrases to entire texts. The Grammaticus chose authors regarded as exemplars of style and morality above all the poets. Pupils read and reread passages from early Latin writers and increasingly from Greek poets as well, dissecting their grammar, scanning their meters, and discussing their subject matter. The teacher paused over unusual words, explained mythological references, and drew out moral lessons or historical allusions. In this way, the boy was introduced to a canon of literature that embodied Roman and Greek cultural memory. Grammarians themselves often came from servile or freed backgrounds, yet their mastery of language gave them authority over sons of consuls and senators, and some enjoyed tax exemptions or other privileges in recognition of their role. Under such instruction, Caesar encountered not only words and verses, but also examples of heroes, lawgivers, and orators whose lives were held up as models or warnings, feeding his imagination with images of public glory. This grammatical training already had a rhetorical edge, since the explanation of texts naturally led to questions about how language persuaded and moved. Yet it was at the next stage, under teachers of rhetoric, that the art of persuasion became the explicit centre of study. Rhetoric in Rome was both a discipline and a social filter. Only a fraction of boys reached this level, for it demanded years of concentrated effort and presupposed leisure and wealth. The rhetor introduced his pupils to the parts of a speech, the types of arguments, and the strategies by which an orator could win either a courtroom or a popular assembly. Students practiced by composing and delivering set pieces on imagined themes. These might be suasoriae, in which they advised a historical or mythical figure about a difficult decision, or controversiae, in which they argued a legal case built around fictional laws and conflicts. Each exercise required inventing material, arranging it clearly, clothing it in appropriate language, and delivering it with controlled voice and gesture. Through such repeated performances, a youth like Caesar learned to think on his feet, to anticipate objections, and to adapt his style to different audiences. Although much of this training took place in relatively small rooms, its orientation was always toward the public spaces of the city. The Forum, with its rostra and its basilicas, was the imagined destination of every practice speech. Teachers of rhetoric urged their pupils to listen to actual trials and contiones, public meetings in which magistrates addressed the people, and to observe how experienced speakers handled interruptions, noisy crowds, or hostile senators. For Caesar, growing up in a time when political conflict often erupted into shouting, scuffling, and sometimes worse in these very spaces, such observation would have been intense. He could hear the sharp attacks of gifted orators, the murmurs of approval or disapproval from the crowd, and the subtle shifts in tone by which a speaker tried to regain control of an audience. Later sources report that Caesar himself soon became known for his oratory, combining a high-pitched voice with passionate gesture and a carefully crafted style, and that after early successes, he sought further refinement by studying with the renowned Greek rhetorician Apollonius Molon at Rhodes. The intellectual content of rhetorical education extended beyond technique. A boy learning to argue cases needed a wide store of examples from history, law, and philosophy. Thus, rhetorical teachers assigned topics that forced their pupils to consider questions of justice, duty, loyalty, and expediency. They required knowledge of past trials and famous decisions, of treaties and wars, of exemplary citizens and notorious traitors. In effect, rhetorical schooling became a vehicle for transmitting a particular vision of the Roman past and of the moral vocabulary appropriate to public life. For Caesar, whose later writings reveal both an acute sense of precedent and a careful control of self-presentation, the imprint of such training is visible. Modern scholarship has noted that his prose, though apparently simple, rests on a sophisticated awareness of language and structure, an awareness that may trace back to the influence of grammarians like Gnipho and to the exercises of rhetorical school, where every clause was weighed for clarity and impact. Ambition in this environment was not taught as a separate subject. It emerged from the constant juxtaposition of name, lineage, and exemplar. The young Caesar knew that his family line, the Julii, had once produced consuls and priests, yet had not recently held the highest office. As he read about earlier heroes and listened to the performances of his contemporaries, he could measure himself against both the past and the present. Rivalry with peers in school, where teachers sometimes staged contests and rewarded the best declaimer, trained him to treat every audience as a test of worth. At the same time, the household's connection with Gaius Marius, whose victories in exile had marked an entire generation, offered a dramatic reminder that words could shape the fortunes of commanders, and that reputation in the courts and assemblies might stand between a man and ruin. Rhetorical education thus did more than polish Caesar's speech. It gave form to a desire already latent in his name and circumstances, teaching him that in the Rome of his day, mastery of language was one of the surest paths by which an individual could rise above the constraints of birth and momentary disadvantage, and bend the turbulent energies of the Republic toward his own purposes. As Gaius Julius Caesar moved from boyhood into early youth, the private expectations of his family began to converge with the shaking of Roman public life. His father had died when Caesar was still very young, leaving Aurelia as the central guiding presence in the household, and making the boy the principal male heir of the Julian line. In a society where noble status was both an inheritance and a task, such a loss pressed adulthood upon him sooner than his years alone would dictate. The family's fortunes now depended on the future achievements of a single son, whose name carried echoes of ancient consuls, yet whose immediate situation was only moderately prosperous. At the same time, Rome itself was entering another phase of civil conflict, as rival leaders contested the legacy of Gaius Marius and the dominance of Lucius Cornelius Cinna. In this charged atmosphere, the arrangements made for Caesar's marriage and his first step into public religious office were not merely domestic decisions. They were acts of alignment in a dangerous political landscape, choices that bound a very young man to factions whose rise or fall could determine his survival. For Roman aristocrats, marriage was one of the primary instruments by which alliances were forged and affirmed. A union between houses joined not only two individuals, but also their clients, their friends, and their political expectations. Dowries in money or land accompanied the bride, helping to sustain the new household and symbolizing the material commitment of her family. The choice of spouse was therefore made not primarily with regard to affection, but with close attention to ancestry, reputation, and current power. In the years after the domination of Marius, Lucius Cornelius Cinna emerged as a leading figure in Rome, aligned with the Marian cause and holding repeated consulships. For the Julii Caesares, who were patrician but not currently preeminent, an alliance with Cinna offered renewed prominence, but at the price of deep entanglement in a conflict that had already spilled Roman blood in the streets and might yet call down retribution. It was probably in the early 80s before Christ that Caesar, still in his late teens, married Cornelia, Cinna's daughter. Ancient sources differ slightly on the exact year, yet they agree that both were very young by modern standards, though not unusually so for Roman aristocrats, who often arranged marriages for daughters shortly after puberty and for sons in their later teens or early 20s. On the day of betrothal, formal promises would have been exchanged between the families, with witnesses present and the terms of the dowry agreed. The wedding itself was a ritualized series of acts. The bride was brought from her father's house to that of her husband, veiled in a saffron-coloured garment, accompanied by relatives, friends, and musicians. Her right hand was placed in that of Caesar in the ceremonial joining of hands, a gesture that represented the transfer of guardianship. Inside the new house, she would be guided to the hearth, given fire and water, and introduced to the household gods. All these actions, though simple in themselves, wove her into the fabric of the Julian home, making her both wife and a living link to the powerful Cornelian clan. Caesar's marriage to Cornelia was closely connected to a second step taken at about the same time, his appointment as Flamen Dialis, the high priest of Jupiter. This ancient priesthood was among the most venerable in Rome, reserved for patricians and laden with both honours and restrictions. The Flamen Dialis and his wife, the Flaminica, were expected to embody an ideal of sacred domestic union, and their marriage had to be contracted by a solemn rite known as confarreatio, in which the couple shared a sacred cake of emmer wheat before the chief pontiff and other witnesses. Once in office, the Flamen was bound by a network of taboos that governed his clothing, his movements, his diet, and his contacts. He had to wear the apex, a conical cap, and a special cloak. He could not spend a night outside the city, could not touch iron or see armed troops in formation, and was forbidden many ordinary activities that might render him ritually impure. The dignity of the role was high, but its practical effect was to root its holder firmly in the civic and religious centre of Rome. One of the most striking conditions of the Flamen Dialis' life concerned his marriage. Ancient writers and later scholars emphasise that he was not permitted to divorce his wife, since the priesthood depended upon the intact union of Flamen and Flaminica. If she died, he might even be required to resign his office, so integral was the marital bond to his sacred status. This rule elevated Cornelia from the position of a politically convenient spouse to that of an indispensable partner in a major public cult. Her ritual duties included assisting in sacrifices, observing special taboos of clothing and behaviour, and participating in ceremonies that concerned the welfare of the entire city. For Caesar, the acceptance of this priesthood seemed, at least on the surface, to point him toward a life more centred on religious prestige than on military command. The traditional prohibitions against seeing armed men, leaving Rome, or engaging in certain types of business would have sharply constrained the career of an ambitious young noble at a time when provincial commands and campaigns offered the most direct route to wealth and glory. Why then accept such an office? The political context provides an answer. Under Cinna's dominance, the Marian faction needed to secure the loyalty, or at least the acquiescence, of patrician families whose names carried ancestral authority. By promoting Caesar to the Flamen Dialis and giving him Cornelia as wife, the regime bound one such family to its cause. The appointment honoured the Julii by returning one of their members to a high priesthood that had often been vacant, yet at the same time it limited the possibilities of Caesar's independent political or military career as long as the Marian rulers remained in power. The union with Cornelia deepened the tie, since her father's position as a leading opponent of Sulla meant that Caesar was now publicly marked as a member of that camp. The young man thus entered adulthood not as a neutral participant in Roman life, but as an emblem of a particular alignment, his private domestic arrangements saturated with public meaning. When Sulla returned from the east with his legions and defeated the Marian forces at the battle near the Colline Gate, the fragile edifice built by Cinna and his allies collapsed. Sulla entered Rome as victor and soon began the grim process remembered as the proscriptions. Lists of names were posted in public places, inscribed on whitewashed boards, identifying citizens declared enemies of the state. Any person who killed a proscribed man and brought his severed head to the authorities received a monetary reward, while those who sheltered the condemned were themselves liable to execution. The property of the victims was confiscated and auctioned at low prices to Sulla's supporters, enriching many who had been obscure and stripping ancient families of their lands, houses, and ancestral tombs. The proscriptions did not simply remove individuals, they aimed to annihilate entire political networks, to terrify potential opponents, and to reshape the distribution of wealth and influence across Italy. In such a climate, every previous association became a potential danger, every marriage and priesthood a possible mark of guilt. Caesar was not placed on the formal lists of the proscribed, yet his position as son-in-law of Cinna and as Flamen Dialis appointed under the Marian regime made him conspicuous. Sulla ordered him to divorce Cornelia, demanding that he publicly repudiate his connection to the defeated faction. compliance would have preserved his safety and perhaps even opened new avenues of favour under the new ruler. Refusal challenged not only Sulla's political will, but also the religious structure of the Flaмен's marriage. The tradition that the Flamen could not divorce his wife created, at least in principle, a conflict between sacred duty and the demand of the dictator. Sources differ on how strictly the old prohibition still applied, and on whether Caesar's priesthood had in practice already been weakened by Sulla's annulment of Marian appointments. What they agree upon is that Caesar refused the demand and that this refusal placed him in immediate peril, exposing him and his family to the machinery of repression now grinding through Rome. The stories preserved by later authors describe Caesar going into hiding, moving between the houses of friends and perhaps leaving the city to escape Sulla's agents. One tale speaks of an officer sent to arrest him who was persuaded to accept a large bribe instead, a reminder of how the very brutality of the proscriptions created opportunities for enrichment at every level. Meanwhile, influential figures, including relatives and prominent women such as the Vestal Virgins, are said to have interceded with Sulla on his behalf. The dictator, hardened by years of civil war and accustomed to regarding mercy as a political calculation, finally relented. Yet according to Plutarch and others, he did so with a dark remark, suggesting that in sparing Caesar he was leaving alive many future Mariuses. Whether or not these exact words were spoken, the anecdote captures the sense that Sulla recognised, even in the untried youth, a potential rival whose energy and talent might one day trouble whatever settlement he was trying to impose. Sulla's clemency was not without conditions. Caesar lost his priesthood and much of his property, and he was effectively barred from public life in Rome as long as the dictator's influence remained paramount. At the same time, the removal of the Flamen Dialis restrictions freed him from the taboos that would have confined him to the city. He was now able to seek military service abroad, a path that many young nobles followed in hopes of acquiring experience, wealth, and distinction. The marriage to Cornelia endured, despite the pressure that had nearly destroyed it, and in later years Caesar's refusal to put her aside under compulsion was remembered as an early sign of firmness, even as other aspects of his private life would grow far more flexible. In this way, a crisis that began in the intimate sphere of household and cult became the pivot by which Caesar's life turned outward, away from a sanctified but constrained priesthood and toward the wider, harsher arena of provincial commands and war, where the skills he had been cultivating in speech and judgment would be joined to the command of soldiers and the management of danger under open skies. When Sulla's regime had stripped him of priesthood and property, the young Gaius Julius Caesar turned to the one field that remained both honourable and open to talent, military service abroad. He attached himself to the staff of Marcus Minucius Thermus, governor of the Roman province of Asia, on the eastern shores of the Aegean Sea. Asia, in Roman usage, meant a belt of wealthy coastal cities and river valleys in western Anatolia, dotted with Greek palaes that had long histories of their own. The governor resided in one of these cities, surrounded by lictors, scribes, interpreters, and officers, directing the collection of tribute and the conduct of war in the name of the Senate and people of Rome. Caesar's position on his staff, sometimes described as that of a contubinalis or junior companion, placed him close to the governor's tent and council. There he learned to read dispatches, to draft letters, and to observe the daily machinery of provincial command, from the survey of roads to the requisition of grain and timber. The air of the coastal camp smelled of sea salt, pitch, and trampled earth, a world far removed from the crowded Subura, yet one in which the habits of obedience and command were being quietly inscribed into his character. The most dramatic episode of this early service occurred during the siege of Mytilene, a fortified city on the island of Lesbos that had resisted Roman authority during the later stages of the wars against Mithridates of Pontus. Mytilene stood on a double harbour, its houses and walls rising in tiers above the sea, defended by stone ramparts and towers that had been improved over generations of Greek warfare. To bring such a place to submission, Roman forces combined a blockade by sea with methodical pressure on land. Soldiers dug approach trenches, rolled forward wooden siege towers, erected rams under protective sheds, and sought to undermine the foundations of the walls. Inside the city, defenders hurled missiles, poured down those stones, and watched anxiously as the relentless geometry of Roman siegecraft inched closer. It was during one of these violent assaults, when a breach had been opened, and fighting raged hand-to-hand among shattered masonry, that Caesar reportedly saved the life of a fellow citizen in the press of battle, an act that would earn him a distinction of peculiar weight in Roman eyes. The reward he received was the civic crown, the corona civica, a wreath woven from leaves of the common oak. In the hierarchy of Roman military honours, this decoration stood just below the rare grass crown. It was not given for victory in a great battle, but under strict and personal conditions. A citizen had to save the life of another citizen in combat, to slay the attacking enemy on ground still held by that enemy, and the rescued man had to acknowledge the deed. In later years, the oak wreath could be hung outside the recipient's house, a permanent reminder that within dwelt one who had preserved a fellow Roman's life. In public gatherings, a man who had won the civic crown was entitled to a place of honour, and senators were expected to rise in respect when he entered. For a youth from a house whose recent political fortunes had been modest, this distinction was more than a piece of ornament. It was a visible, incontrovertible token that he had already, at the very start of his career, met the severest test of courage that the Republic recognised, facing steel at close quarters to shield a comrade. Caesar's time in Asia exposed him not only to battle lines and honour, but also to the subtler currents of diplomacy and royal courts. Suetonius relates that Thermus sent him on a mission to Bithynia, a kingdom across the Propontis, to obtain ships from King Nicomedes, whose fleet was required for operations in the Aegean. The journey to Bithynia meant crossing busy sea lanes dotted with merchant vessels, war galleys, and small fishing craft, then entering a palace world in which Greek language, Hellenistic ceremony, and local interests mingled with Roman demands. To negotiate the loan of a fleet, even as a junior envoy, required poise, fluency in Greek, and an understanding of what Rome's friendship meant to a client king. Ancient gossip, not always kindly, later embroidered this stay with scandalous rumours, suggesting improper intimacy between guest and monarch. Such tales, repeated by political enemies in later years, reveal more about Roman anxieties concerning dependence on Eastern courts than about verifiable fact. What matters for the formation of Caesar is that, while still very young, he stood at the hinge between senatorial orders and royal obedience, seeing how ships, crews, and harbours could be moved into alignment through words as much as through threats. A few years later, after Sulla's death and a period spent in legal advocacy at Rome, Caesar again turned eastward, this time not as a soldier on a governor's staff, but as a private noble seeking further refinement in oratory. His destination was Rhodes, an island city long famous for its schools of rhetoric, where the Greek teacher Apollonius Melon attracted pupils from across the Mediterranean. To reach Rhodes from the western coast of Asia Minor, a traveller embarked on a small seagoing vessel, perhaps a modest merchant ship that carried passengers along with its cargo of grain, wine, or textiles. The Aegean Sea through which he sailed was beautiful yet treacherous, a maze of islands, headlands, and shifting winds that offered both shelter and ambush. For generations, this region had been plagued by Cilician pirates, enterprising seafarers whose bases along the southern Anatolian coast allowed them to dart out into the main routes, seize ships, and vanish among the inlets. They trafficked in stolen goods and human captives, supplying Rome's voracious demand for slaves. Rome fought them sporadically, yet only later, under Pompey, with an extraordinary command, would the state undertake a comprehensive suppression. It was in this unsettled maritime world that Caesar's ship was intercepted near the small island later identified as Pharmacusa. Ancient accounts, especially those of Plutarch, relate that a band of Cilician pirates seized the young nobleman and his attendants, recognizing in his dress and bearing a prize worth a substantial ransom. They demanded a sum said to be 20 talents of silver, an amount that already represented a fortune. Caesar, according to the same tradition, laughed at the figure and insisted they ask for 50, declaring that they did not understand the value of their captive. Whether or not his words were exactly as later writers imagined, it is clear that he behaved not as a terrified prisoner, but as a man conscious of his status even in chains. The pirates kept him on the island while messengers were dispatched to nearby cities to collect the ransom. Their camp would have consisted of a handful of light, fast ships drawn up in a sheltered cove, tents or rough huts on the beach, and caches of provisions, weapons, and plunder, all guarded yet permeated by the improvisational atmosphere of men who lived between commerce and crime. Life in captivity unfolded not in filth and darkness, but in a tense and almost theatrical intimacy. Plutarch describes Caesar reading his poems and speeches aloud to the pirates, berating them when they failed to appreciate his literary efforts, and joining in their games while still reminding them that he would one day punish them. He slept among them, yet ordered them to be quiet when he wished to rest, a reversal of roles that must have puzzled his captors even as it amused them. Ransom in such circumstances was both a business transaction and a test of trust. Caesar's associates had to travel to friendly cities such as Miletus to raise the 50 talents in coin, drawing on credit networks, personal loans, and the willingness of local authorities to assist. A talent was a heavy unit of silver, and 50 talents represented many hundreds of kilograms of metal, packed into chests that had to be counted and weighed before the pirates would release their hostage. Ancient sources speak of roughly 38 days passing between Caesar's capture and his liberation, a span during which he moved, day after day, under the open sky of the Aegean, a free man in his own estimation yet still the object of another's price. Once the ransom was paid and he was set ashore, the episode might have ended, as so many similar seizures did, with the victim grateful merely to be alive. Caesar, however, immediately transformed memory into action. He went to the city of Miletus and, though holding no magistracy or statutory command, persuaded the local authorities to furnish him with ships and soldiers to pursue his former captors. His ability to do so rested partly on his rank as a Roman noble, and partly on the broad, somewhat elastic conception of Roman imperium in the provinces, where the presence of a determined aristocrat could rally communities eager to show zeal for the Republic. The small squadron he assembled would have consisted of light war galleys, perhaps triremes or even smaller biremes, with decks crowded by rowers, marines and archers. They put to sea along the same island-studded routes he had lately travelled as a captive, but now the roles were reversed. Using information about the pirates' haunts, currents, and likely anchorages, Caesar traced them to the island where they remained, perhaps waiting to spend or redistribute their recent silver. The Roman ships appeared with oars beating and sails furled, driving into the bay before the pirates could scatter, turning former masters of ambush into trapped quarry. The captured pirates were taken in chains to a major city, often identified as Pergamum or another centre of Roman administration in the region, and delivered to the local governor, who held formal jurisdiction over such matters. Here Caesar encountered the less heroic, more bureaucratic side of Roman justice in the provinces. Governors were responsible for maintaining order, but they also saw in pirates a source of potential profit since captives could be sold into slavery. According to some accounts, the governor hesitated, perhaps considering milder penalties or prolonged detention. Caesar, who had already promised his captors that he would return to execute them, regarded this delay as intolerable. He went to the prison, ordered the pirates to be taken out, and had them crucified, the standard Roman punishment for slaves and brigands who took up arms against the state. One tradition adds that he first ordered their throats cut, an act of grim mitigation that spared them the prolonged agony of death by suspension. Crucifixion itself was a carefully staged display, requiring upright posts, crossbeams, nails or ropes, and a public place where the bodies would be visible for days. In this case, it turned a hidden act of piracy into a warning tableau about the reach of Roman vengeance. These intertwined episodes, the award of the civic crown at Mytilene, and the capture and crucifixion of the pirates, reveal much about Caesar's formation before he entered the higher magistracies of the Republic. In Asia, he learned the practical art of siege warfare and received in oak leaves a public attestation that he was willing to risk his life for fellow citizens. At Bithynia and in the dealings with Miletus, he saw how ships, soldiers, and city councils could be persuaded or compelled to act in concert, even without a formal office. In captivity on the Aegean island, he experienced, at close quarters, the fragility of status when confronted with armed force, yet also discovered that personal authority could persist even in defeat. His relentless pursuit and execution of the pirates demonstrates a quality that would return throughout his career, a readiness to follow through on threats, to translate words into organised action, and to cloak private initiative in the language of public justice. For the Republic, these qualities would one day prove both useful and deeply unsettling. For the young Caesar, they were simply the tools with which he navigated a world where survival, honour, and ambition were inseparably bound to the disciplined use of violence over sea and land. After the dangers and adventures of the eastern seas, Caesar's path curved back toward the city that remained the centre of his ambitions. With Sulla dead and the harshest constraints of the dictatorship relaxed, he could safely resume a public life in Rome. The skills he had been honing in rhetoric and in practical dealing with soldiers and governors now found their first continuous field of exercise in the law courts. In the late Republic, the Forum was not only a political square but also a vast open courtroom, its basilicas and porticos filled with litigants, jurors, scribes, and crowds of onlookers. Advocates who excelled here could turn legal success into political capital. For every impressive defence or prosecution displayed their memory, their courage, and their command of language before precisely the citizens whose votes they would later seek. Caesar, still a young noble rebuilding his resources after the proscriptions, entered this competitive arena with a reputation already forming, as sources suggest, for eloquence that was forceful, emotional, and closely argued. To understand what it meant for Caesar to build his name as an advocate, one must linger over the physical and procedural setting of a Roman trial. The main law courts were housed in large rectangular basilicas along the edges of the Forum, long halls with rows of columns dividing the interior into aisles, and high clerestory windows admitting light from above. At one end, raised on a stone platform, stood the tribunal where the presiding magistrate sat in his curule chair, flanked by scribes who took down minutes and legal formulas. Before him, on wooden benches, sat the panel of jurors drawn from the senatorial or equestrian orders, depending on current legislation. Around them, in open space, gathered the advocates and their clients, each side forming a loose mass of supporters, relatives, and hired claqueurs, ready to murmur approval or disapproval at key moments. Outside, in the open air of the Forum proper, other cases were heard before temporary platforms, so that the voices of orators mingled with the shouts of vendors and the tramp of passing soldiers. Caesar's early cases drew attention not only for their style, but also for their targets. One of the most notable was his prosecution of Gnaeus Cornelius Dolabella, a former governor accused of extortion in his province. Extortion trials fell under the jurisdiction of a special court devoted to the misdeeds of magistrates abroad, reflecting the Republic's uneasy conscience about the plundering of its subject peoples. Governors with imperium commanded soldiers and controlled tax collection, and many used these powers to squeeze cities for money, grain, and artworks. Provincial communities, if sufficiently desperate or well-connected, could bring charges upon their governor's return. In Dolabella's case, Greek cities are said to have supported Caesar, sending witnesses who spoke through interpreters, describing forced levies, seized property, and compulsory hospitality. Caesar, representing them, stood in the basilica as the voice of those without Roman citizenship, accusing a man whose rank was higher than his own, but whose alleged conduct violated the standards Rome professed to uphold. The charge of extortion was not only moral, but financial and procedural. Roman law specified the forms of taxation and requisition allowed to a governor, and any exaction beyond these could be framed as repetundae, grounds for restitution. Advocates combed account books, compared decrees and treaties, and sought inconsistencies in a defendant's reports. Witnesses from the provinces, unfamiliar with Roman forms, were guided through testimony that translated their grievances into legal categories. Caesar would have marshalled documents and narratives, weaving them into a speech that evoked both the suffering of the provincials and the long-term interest of Rome in restraining its own officials. Yet the jury was composed of senators, men who themselves might one day stand accused under the same law. They were inclined, as patterns of verdicts show, to leniency toward their peers. Despite Caesar's efforts and the backing of many Greek communities, Dolabella was acquitted, and the bold young prosecutor found himself the object of senatorial hostility, compelled for a time to withdraw from Rome. This outcome, though a formal defeat, contributed to Caesar's wider reputation. He had dared to challenge a man of consular rank, and he had done so in a forum where failure was visible to all. Roman observers noted not only who won, but how they argued, how they bore setbacks, and whether they seemed to fight for justice or mere advantage. In Caesar's case, late testimony suggests that his speeches were admired for their structure and their emotional force, even when they failed to sway the particular jury before them. The Dolabella prosecution demonstrated that he was willing to stand publicly with provincials against Roman governors, a stance that associated him with a more popular or reformist tendency in politics. It also taught him, in a sharp and personal way, the limits of law when confronted with a tightly knit senatorial order defending its own. The courts could be a stage, but not always an effective instrument, for curbing the abuses of the powerful. While his legal career unfolded, the formal ladder of magistracies began to open before him. Caesar's election as quaestor, probably in the year 69 before Christ, gave him his first official post within the cursus honorum, the sequence of offices by which Roman aristocrats moved toward higher power. The quaestor's duties were primarily financial. In Rome, quaestors assisted consuls and managed the state treasury housed in the Temple of Saturn at the end of the Forum. In the provinces, they served as financial officers to governors, overseeing revenues, expenditures, and the movement of bullion and coin. Caesar was assigned to Hispania Ulterior, further Spain, a large and varied province that stretched from the Guadalquivir Valley toward the Atlantic. The journey from Rome to this western territory required days of travel by sea and land, passing from the dense urban world of the capital to a landscape of hills, rivers, Iberian and Roman towns, and mining districts where silver and other metals were extracted for the Roman economy. In Spain, the office of quaestor immersed Caesar in the concrete realities of imperial finance. He would have dealt with the collection of tribute from allied communities, the payment of soldiers stationed at frontier posts, and the contracting of supplies such as grain, fodder, and equipment. The money itself existed in various forms. Local mints struck coins that circulated alongside Roman denarii, and bullion from mines had to be smelted, assayed, and transported under guard. Account books tracked inflows and outflows, listing sums owed and sums received in neat columns. A mistake in these records could mean accusation of corruption or, at minimum, recall and disgrace. For an ambitious young man still rebuilding his family's fortunes, this was a chance to show probity and efficiency, to forge ties with Spanish communities, and to observe how a province that had known both fierce resistance and long subjugation responded to Roman rule when the immediate fires of conquest had cooled. Upon returning from his quaestorship, Caesar resumed legal and political activity in Rome. Over the next years, he advanced toward the next major step, the aedileship. The office of aedile, especially the higher curule aedileship, stood at the intersection of administration and public display. Aediles oversaw the maintenance of temples, streets, and markets. They enforced regulations on weights and measures, sought to keep food supplies orderly, and supervised certain aspects of public morals. Yet above all, in the eyes of the populace, they were responsible for the organisation of public games and spectacles. When Caesar was elected curule aedile in the mid-60s before Christ alongside Marcus Calpurnius Bibulus, he acquired both an official mandate and a powerful pretext for lavish expenditure. The games that an aedile could sponsor ranged from relatively modest theatrical performances in temporary wooden theatres to elaborate gladiatorial shows, beast hunts, and processions through the streets. Each required complex logistics. Wooden stands had to be designed and erected by teams of carpenters, using timbers brought in from the surrounding countryside and assembled into tiered seating anchored by posts sunk into the soil of the Forum or the Campus Martius. Canvas awnings might be stretched overhead to protect spectators from the sun, hung on ropes attached to masts and nearby buildings. Gladiators needed to be hired or trained, housed in barracks whether they practiced under lanistae, their trainers, and equipped with helmets, shields, greaves, and different weapon sets that distinguished the various fighting types. Exotic animals, if included, had to be purchased from traders who brought them from Africa or the East, then kept in cages and fed until the day of the spectacle. Musicians, heralds, costumers, and a small army of attendants all had roles in staging the events. Caesar, intent on securing popular favour, pushed the scale of his aedilician games beyond the usual. Ancient writers report that he displayed an unprecedented number of gladiators, filling the Forum with armed men whose presence unnerved some senators and later prompted laws restricting such concentrations. He decorated not only temporary structures, but also the basilicas and porticos with costly hangings and ornaments, using borrowed or newly commissioned artworks to give the city an appearance of heightened splendour during the festivities. Statues of his uncle by marriage, Gaius Marius, which had been removed during Sulla's ascendancy, were quietly restored to public view, signalling a symbolic rehabilitation of that controversial figure and, by extension, of Caesar's own Marian connections. Crowds packed the seats, watching contests of arms and displays of athletic skill, while overhead banners and painted shields carried the names and symbols of the aediles who had given them this bounty. In such moments, the dusty routines of Roman life were suspended, and the people experienced the generosity of their magistrates through sight, sound, and shared excitement. All this magnificence came at a financial cost that far exceeded the modest stipend of an aedile. To fund his spectacles, Caesar borrowed heavily from wealthy equestrians and moneylenders, most notably figures such as Marcus Licinius Crassus, who saw in him a promising investment. Debts in the late Republic were not abstract figures on paper. They were recorded on wax tablets and in bankers' ledgers, bearing interest that accumulated month after month. Creditors could exert pressure through social channels, through the threat of lawsuits, or by withholding further loans, which for a politician could be as damaging as immediate repayment demands. Caesar accepted these burdens knowingly, gambling that future offices, commands, and the spoils of provincial rule would enable him to meet his obligations. In the meantime, what the people saw were not columns of figures, but the concrete expression of wealth deployed for their enjoyment. The Forum glittered, the sand was stained with the blood of fighters, and the name of Gaius Julius Caesar became associated in the public mind with abundance of spectacle and a willingness to spend on behalf of the multitude. Thus, in the years that saw him as advocate, quaestor, and aedile, Caesar climbed the early rungs of the Roman ladder in a manner that combined legal aggression, administrative competence, and theatrical generosity. He learnt that the law courts could sharpen his tongue yet fail to deliver justice against entrenched peers. He discovered in Spain how deeply provincial finances and loyalties shaped the empire that fed Rome. In the aedileship, he explored the political uses of display, turning games into instruments of long-term influence, even as they entangled him ever more deeply in debt. These experiences did not yet place him at the summit of power, but they formed the dense understructure of habits, alliances, and reputations on which his later, more dramatic action would rest. Through them, the young noble from the Subura became a figure whose voice carried weight in court, whose face was known to the crowds in the Forum, and whose future candidacies could no longer be dismissed as the ambitions of a minor patrician seeking to revive a fading name. By the time Gaius Julius Caesar's spectacular aedileship had filled the Forum with gladiators and decorations, his debts were immense, his popularity broad, and his need for a stable power base increasingly urgent. The next step he chose was not another ordinary magistracy, but a priesthood whose title carried an ancient resonant authority, Pontifex Maximus, chief priest of the Roman state. In the middle decades of the 1st century before Christ, this office was no mere ceremonial dignity. The Pontifex Maximus stood at the head of the College of Pontiffs, controlled important aspects of the religious calendar, presided over key rituals, and lived in an official residence at the very heart of the forum. To hold it for life meant constant public visibility, intimate contact with other priestly colleges, and a perpetual role in adjudicating the boundary between piety and politics. When Caesar resolved to seek this priesthood in the year of Cicero's consulship, 63 before Christ, he was in effect deciding that his path to dominion would pass not only through assemblies and armies, but also through the slow, careful machinery of Roman sacred law. The college over which the Pontifex Maximus presided, the Collegium Pontificum, was an institution that reached back in Roman memory to the time of kings. Traditionally attributed to Numa Pompilius, it had evolved into the preeminent priestly body of the Republic. Its members, the Pontifices, together with the Rex Sacrorum and the Vestal Virgins, supervised a broad range of public cults. They guarded the Ius Pontificium, the corpus of sacred norms that regulated sacrifices, festivals, vows, and the legal consequences of ritual error. They advised magistrates on whether a proposed action infringed divine law, interpreted prodigies, and determined how expiatory rites should be performed when lightning struck a temple or monstrous births were reported. Their decisions were recorded in commentaries stored in their headquarters, forming a written memory that linked present ceremonies to ancestral practice. The Pontifex Maximus convened this college, presided over its deliberations, and announced its determinations, so that his voice became the channel through which the god's supposed will reached the civic institutions. While other priestly colleges, such as the augurs and the keepers of the Sibylline books, controlled distinct spheres, it was the pontiffs who oversaw the ordinary rhythm of cult life, and at their head stood the man who bore the title of greatest bridge builder. One of the most consequential powers attached to the Pontifical College lay in its control of the calendar. The traditional Roman year was lunisolar, with months tied to the phases of the moon, yet with periodic intercalary months inserted to keep festivals aligned with the seasons. The pontifices decided when such an extra month should be added, and because the terms of magistrates and many legal deadlines were reckoned by calendar years, manipulation of intercalation could lengthen or shorten the political lives of individuals. A pontifex sympathetic to a particular faction might extend a year in which his allies held office, or by neglect, allow the calendar to drift so badly out of synchrony that winter months fell in harvesting time. By the middle of the 1st century before Christ, such neglect and manipulation had produced serious confusion, so that the nominal date of a given event no longer corresponded reliably to its season. When Caesar later undertook his sweeping calendar reform, he did so under the authority not merely of a dictator, but of the Pontifex Maximus, whose college had long controlled time itself in the civic sense. For now, as a candidate, he could contemplate the prospect of holding in his hands the levers by which days, months, and festivals were ordered. The election of 63 before Christ brought this prospect into sharp focus. The incumbent Pontifex Maximus, Quintus Lutatius Catulus, was an elderly and respected figure, a conservative aristocrat whose house stood on the Palatine and whose reputation rested on earlier command and architectural patronage. Another candidate, Publius Servilius Vatia Isaricus, likewise came from an established senatorial line. Caesar, by contrast, was younger, heavily indebted, and associated with more popular causes. Nonetheless, he put his name forward, transforming what might have been a tranquil succession within the same circle into a fiercely contested election. Ancient sources, notably Suetonius, emphasize the scale of the bribery he employed, speaking of lavish payments to voters and hinting at deals with equestrian financiers. On the morning of the vote, As he set out from his house, he is said to have told his mother Aurelia that he would return that day either as pontifex or as an exile, an acknowledgement that the debts he had contracted to secure victory were so vast that failure would leave him ruined. Whether the remark is literal or polished by later memory, it captures the absolute commitment with which he sought the office. The assemblies of the tribes gave him the majority, and the venerable Catullus, unsurprisingly enraged, saw the priesthood pass into the hands of a man whom many conservatives already distrusted. With his election, Caesar acquired not only a title but a dwelling, the Domus Publica, the public house of the Pontifex Maximus on the sacred way in the Forum. This residence stood between the Atrium Vestae, where the Vestal Virgins lived, and the main processional route that wound through the Forum toward the capital. Its walls, now preserved only in fragments of tufa and brick, once enclosed a complex of rooms opening onto internal courtyards with colonnades that offered shade and a clear view toward the bustle of the civic centre. Floors of beaten mortar or simple mosaics, plastered walls perhaps painted in modest colours, and altars or niches for household and public cults together formed a space that was both domestic and official. For Caesar, moving from his earlier quarters in the Subura to this house meant a physical relocation from a noisy, crowded neighbourhood on the edge of aristocratic Rome to a position directly embedded in the city's religious and political core. Each morning, as he stepped out onto the sacred way, he was immediately within sight of magistrates, clients, foreign envoys, and the Vestals themselves, his person woven into the daily procession of the Republic. Adjacent to the Domus Publica stood the Regia, an ancient structure whose name recalled the time of kings, but which by the late Republic functioned as the office and ritual headquarters of the Pontifex Maximus. Its rooms housed archives of the pontifical commentaries, records of prodigies and their expiations, lists of festivals, and perhaps copies of laws that had religious implications. Here, the Pontifex received reports from across Italy of unusual signs, from showers of stones to talking animals, and consulted with his fellow pontiffs on the appropriate rites to restore the Pax Deorum, the peace with the gods. The Regia also contained shrines, notably to Mars and Ops, and spaces where sacred implements were stored, such as the ancilia, the shields associated with the Sali priests, though the exact distribution of these cult objects among nearby buildings remains a matter of scholarly debate. Within these walls, Caesar presided over deliberations that, while couched in the language of ritual, had real political effects. Declaring a day impropitious for assemblies, or ordering expiatory sacrifices at public expense, could delay legislation, shape public mood, or remind citizens that their collective fate depended on the correct performance of rites as defined by the Pontifical College. Caesar's tenure as Pontifex Maximus soon intersected with one of the most notorious religious scandals of the late Republic, the affair of the Bona Dea. Each year, a secretive, women-only festival was celebrated in honour of this good goddess, in which no male was permitted to be present or even to know the details of the rites. In 62 BC, the ceremony was held not in a separate temple but in the Domus Publica itself, as was customary when a magistrate or priest hosted it. On that night Caesar absented himself, leaving his wife Pompeia and his mother Aurelia to supervise the proceedings, while matrons and vestals attended. The sanctity of the occasion was violated when Publius Clodius Pulcher, a young nobleman notorious for his audacity, disguised himself as a woman and attempted to infiltrate the gathering, allegedly to pursue an affair with Pompeia. Discovered by Aurelia, he fled, but the outrage was immense. Prosecuted for sacrilege, he escaped conviction through a mixture of political manipulation and the reluctance of jurors to condemn a man with powerful allies. Yet the stain on Caesar's household remained. In the wake of this intrusion, Caesar took an action that reveals the delicate interplay between personal, religious, and public expectations. He divorced Pompeia, not because he claimed to believe her guilty of adultery, but with the famous justification that Caesar's wife must be above suspicion. Whether these exact words were spoken as later reported, or sharpened by tradition, they express a principle suited to a man who, as Pontifex Maximus, was supposed to embody ritual purity. The Domus Publica was not merely his private dwelling, it was a space where sacred rites were performed on behalf of the Roman people. Any hint that its mistress had been complicit in scandal could compromise both his dignity and that of the office. By repudiating her, he presented himself as placing the sanctity of cult above domestic sentiment. Yet observers could also see in this act a shrewd calculation, for the divorce distanced him from the scandal without alienating Clodius, whose acquittal he had not actively prevented, and who would later become a useful political ally as tribune of the people. Thus, even in the handling of a profaned mystery rite, Caesar displayed his ability to align religious posture with strategic flexibility. The office of Pontifex Maximus did not require its holder to withdraw from other careers. On the contrary, in the late Republic, many pontifices, and sometimes the chief pontiff himself, simultaneously held magistracies, commanded armies, and pursued legislation. For Caesar, the lifetime tenure of the priesthood provided a stable axis around which his changing political roles could turn. As praetor, as consul, and later as proconsul and dictator, he remained always Pontifex Maximus, the man whose house anchored the east side of the Forum and whose decisions shaped the religious calendar. Public appearances at sacrifices, funerals, and temple dedications reinforced his visibility. When prodigies threatened to unsettle the populace, he could preside over the rites of expiation. When a temple foundation was laid, or a captured standard dedicated, his presence or his authorization carried weight. The intertwining of his sacred and civic roles foreshadowed the later imperial practice, when emperors routinely bore the title and used it to underwrite their authority. While he lived, however, this fusion remained unprecedented in intensity, and conservative senators could sense that his control over religious forms made opposition more difficult, for to challenge him was to risk appearing impious as well as disloyal. In the long view, Caesar's years as Pontifex Maximus stand as a bridge between an older world, in which priesthoods were prestigious, yet dispersed among many aristocratic families, and a new order in which religious and political supremacy converged in a single individual. The Domus Publica and the Regia, the house and the office of the chief pontiff, became the stage on which his public persona matured, from an ambitious aedile laden with debt to a figure whose presence at every major ritual hinted at something more enduring than annual magistracies. His eventual reform of the calendar, although belonging to a later chapter of his life, drew directly on powers inherent in the pontifical office and left a legacy that stretched far beyond Rome, as the Julian year governed European timekeeping for centuries. In this way, Caesar used an ancient priesthood not as an ornamental crown but as an instrument with which to shape both the daily rhythms and the symbolic horizons of the Republic. Through the slow, methodical work of regulating rites, festivals, and sacred law, he prepared the ground on which, in years to come, his more overt assertions of dominance would rest, cloaked in the language of tradition, yet oriented toward a new kind of rule. When Caesar rose to the praetorship in the year 62 before Christ, his career reached the threshold of the highest magistracies. The praetor was second only to the consul in ordinary rank, endowed with judicial authority known as Praetorian Imperium, and distinguished by the curule chair, the purple-bordered toga, and the attendant lictors who cleared space before him with bundles of rods. In Rome, praetors presided over civil courts, during edicts that set out how they would interpret and supplement the rigid formulas of older law. Some dealt primarily with disputes between citizens, others with cases involving foreigners, still others with special criminal courts. The year of Caesar's praetorship was one of nervous aftermath as the city processed the recent Catilinarian conspiracy and debated the execution without formal trial of Roman citizens. Within this climate, Caesar's measured, sometimes lenient stance toward accused conspirators revealed a temperament inclined to use legal forms flexibly, but the praetorship itself remained a single step in a prescribed ladder. The real transformation would come not in the basilicas of Rome, but in the distant hills and river valleys of western Spain, when his praetorian imperium was extended beyond the year, and beyond Italy, into a provincial command. Under the republican system, praetors who had completed their year in Rome could be assigned provinces to governors pro-praetors, wielding continued imperium abroad. These commands were not mere administrative postings. They combined civil, military, and financial authority in territories that were sources of grain, metals, and tax revenue. In the year 61 before Christ, Caesar received Hispania Ulteria, further Spain, as his province. The Senate's decree granting this command gave him the right to raise or employ legions there to adjudicate disputes among communities, to oversee tax collection, and to negotiate with local elites. Attendants, secretaries, and friends formed his staff, while quaestors and legates assisted in finance and military operations. The imperium he carried was symbolized by the axes in the fasces of his lictors outside Rome, but in practice it consisted of the obedience of soldiers, the deference of city councils, and the capacity to compel or reward. For a man burdened with debt yet rich in ambition, Hispania Ulteria promised both the means to enrich himself and the stage on which to demonstrate that he could manage a province of great strategic and economic value. To understand the weight of this appointment, one must linger over the geography and structure of Roman Hispania. The Roman state divided the Iberian Peninsula into two broad provinces, Hispania Citerior, nearer Spain, along the eastern and north-central regions, and Hispania Ulteria, farther to the south and west, encompassing the valley of the Guadalquivir and lands stretching toward the Atlantic and the mountains of the northwest. These territories had been fought over for generations, from the wars with Carthage to campaigns against Celtiberian and Lusitanian peoples. By Caesar's time, many towns were already deeply integrated into the Roman system, possessing municipal institutions modelled on Italian cities, while others remained less fully subdued, their upland communities ready to raid or resist when opportunity arose. The capital of Hispania Ulteria was Corduba, a flourishing city on the Guadalquivir that housed the governor's residence, administrative offices, and a growing population of Italian merchants and settlers who managed estates, conducted trade, and invested in mining enterprises. The rivers flowing from the interior carried not only barges and millstones, but also the wealth of the soil and subsoil toward the sea and thence to Italy. Caesar's journey to his province was itself a carefully staged assertion of status. Leaving Rome after his praetorship, he travelled with his staff, clients, and a modest escort of soldiers along the great roads that led to the coast, then embarked on ships for the Western Passage. Upon landing, he moved inland toward Corduba, where the provincial administration was centred. Here, a governor's day unfolded in a rhythm that combined ceremonial and routine. In the morning, he received delegations from cities, heard petitions about disputes over land, tax burdens or local magistracies, and issued decrees framed by his jurists. At other times, he mounted his horse and rode out on circuit, visiting conventus, judicial districts where communities assembled to have cases heard, contracts confirmed and treaties renewed. Behind the visible bustle lay a dense paperwork of tablets and wax, seals and archives, by which decisions were recorded and transmitted. The coinage that moved through his hands represented not only the pay of troops, but the extraction of surplus from mines, estates, and cities. In such surroundings, Caesar was both Roman magistrate and provincial monarch, his word carrying weight for hundreds of miles around. The economic base of Hispania Ulteria gave a particular character to his command. The province contained rich silver deposits, especially in the south and southwest, where mines had been exploited since Carthaginian days and were now operated under Roman oversight by groups of Italian businessmen. Extraction involved cutting shafts into hillsides, draining water, and smelting ore in furnaces that glowed red against the dark. Enslaved labourers and free workers toiled underground, their output measured in weighed ingots and sacks of coin. Along the Guadalquivir, estates produced olives, grapes and grain, while workshops in port cities turned agricultural products into export goods, packing olive oil and wine in amphorae whose shapes and stamps modern archaeology can still trace. From coastal towns, fleets carried these cargoes to Gaul and Italy, making Hispania a vital supplier of food and money to the wider Roman world. For a governor, the challenge was to maintain security on the roads and rivers, to ensure that tax farmers did not provoke unrest through excessive exactions, and to keep the flow of revenue steady enough to support the legions and remit surplus to Rome, all while finding legitimate means to secure his own share of profit. Military operations soon drew Caesar beyond the comfortable axis of Corduba and its environs. Our sources, chiefly later summaries, indicate that he led campaigns against tribes described as warlike and not fully pacified, perhaps Lusitanian or Galician groups who raided more settled districts. Such expeditions required the assembly of troops from existing garrisons, the calling up of auxiliary contingents from allied cities, and the organisation of supply columns carrying grain, tools, and camp equipment. On the march, a Roman army advanced in column, with scouts probing ahead, engineers ready to bridge streams or level ground, and baggage animals laden with tents, cooking gear, and siege implements. At night, the soldiers built fortified camps, laying out ramparts and ditches according to standardized patterns, so that a commander could walk through a familiar grid of streets even in unknown territory. When confronting hill forts or strongholds perched on crags, they employed earthworks, ladders, and sometimes the direct assault of picked cohorts. Victories brought plunder in the form of livestock, metal, and captives, portions of which were distributed to the troops, while a share flowed into the governor's coffers, easing his financial burdens and allowing gifts to be sent back to Rome. The inner impulse driving these exertions can be better understood if we look back briefly to an episode from Caesar's earlier Spanish service as quaestor. While travelling on the judicial circuit to the city of Gades near the Straits, he visited the Temple of Hercules, an ancient sanctuary that housed, among other dedications, a statue of Alexander the Great. Suetonius reports that upon seeing this image, Caesar sighed or groaned, reflecting that at an age when Alexander had already subjugated much of the world, he himself had accomplished nothing of similar note. He is said then to have sought release from his current post in order to pursue more ambitious opportunities. Later retellings embroidered this scene with tears and dramatic gestures, but the core remains the comparison between a Macedonian king, dead at 33, and a Roman noble just beginning to glimpse the limits of ordinary careers. When years later he returned to Spain as propraetor, now with both civil and military power, that remembered encounter with Alexander's image would have hung in the air like an unspoken challenge, urging him to turn a routine provincial command into a platform for larger designs. The results were tangible. Ancient authors note that Caesar's military successes in Hispania Ulteria were sufficient for his soldiers to hail him as imperator, a title of acclamation given to a general who had won a significant victory, and that the Senate, upon hearing of his achievements, granted him the right to celebrate a triumph, provided formal conditions were met. A triumph was not a mere procession, it was a complex institution requiring a specified number of enemy dead, clear evidence of a major campaign, and senatorial approval. The general seeking one had to remain outside the sacred boundary of Rome, the Pomerium, until the day appointed, when he would enter in a chariot, crowned with laurel, his troops following on foot, displaying booty and captives. In Spain, Caesar organised distributions of spoils that helped satisfy his men and reduce his own debts, but the greater reward seemed now within reach. A triumph for victories in further Spain would have fixed his name in Roman memory as a conquering general, placing him in the line of those who had paraded across the forum before him and perhaps easing the suspicions of conservative senators who still associated him with Marian and popular causes. Yet the rigidities of republican procedure forced a choice that revealed his priorities. While Caesar waited outside Rome in expectation of a triumph, the time approached for candidates to declare themselves for the consulship of 59 before Christ. Consular candidates were required to present themselves in person within the city, crossing the Pomerium and registering their names. The same legal framework that obliged a triumphator to remain outside until the day of his procession prevented him from entering to stand for election. Caesar requested that the Senate allow him to compete in absentia, seeking an exemption that would preserve both opportunities. The Senate, inclined to resist what it saw as a dangerous accumulation of honours in one man, refused. Confronted with the impossibility of reconciling triumphal spectacle with the immediate prospect of the consulship, he chose to relinquish the former. He dismissed his waiting soldiers, let the promise of the laurel chariot dissolve, and stepped across the boundary to begin canvassing for the highest annual office in the state. In that decision lay a characteristic preference. Caesar valued glory, but he understood it primarily as a function of durable power rather than of single culminating ceremonies. The Spanish command had given him what he most needed at that stage: relief from crushing debts through spoils and provincial income, a hardened body of personal supporters among officers and equestrian financiers, and a record of civil and military competence that could be invoked in speeches before the Roman people. Hispania Ulterior, with its mines, estates, and mixed populations of Italians and indigenous peoples, had served as a laboratory in which he learned to weave together tax collection, justice, and campaigning into a coherent whole. The memory of Alexander's statue at Gades served as an invisible spur, reminding him that time was finite and that lingering for the sake of ceremony might cost him the more decisive prize of consular power. Leaving Spain behind, he returned to Rome not as a provincial governor content with his laurels, but as a figure whose experiences on the western edge of the Republic had sharpened his resolve to reshape its centre. When Caesar returned from his Praetorian command in further Spain, he came back to Rome rich in experience, somewhat relieved of his debts, and keenly aware that time was pressing. He had been hailed as imperator by his troops, and the Senate had technically granted him the right to seek a triumph, yet he faced an unforgiving calendar. To enjoy that procession, he had to wait outside the sacred boundary of the city, while to stand for the consulship for the year 59 he had to enter Rome in person. The Senate refused his request to compete while absent, forcing a choice between ceremonial glory and immediate power. He chose the latter, dismissing his troops and crossing the boundary to register as a candidate. In doing so, he stepped into an electoral landscape dominated by two men whose needs and frustrations would soon intertwine with his own: Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, the most celebrated general of the age, and Marcus Licinius Crassus, the richest man in Rome, each powerful, each distrustful of the other, and each blocked by a hostile senatorial elite. Pompey, in the years before Caesar's consulship, stood at the peak of traditional military prestige. He had crushed the remnants of Sulla's enemies in Spain, swept the Mediterranean free of pirates with an extraordinary command, and concluded a long war against Mithridates in the east. His triumphs had been magnificent, his reputation immense, yet he found the Senate obstructive when he sought two things that mattered deeply to him. First, he wished land to be assigned to his tens of thousands of veterans, men who had followed him for years and now expected secure farms as their reward. Second, he wanted the Senate to ratify his extensive settlements in the eastern provinces, which restructured client kingdoms, tax arrangements, and local constitutions. Many senators, resentful of his repeated extraordinary powers, feared that confirming his acts would cement an almost monarchical influence stretching from the Black Sea to Syria. They delayed, quibbled, and refused, using the slow weapons of procedure against a general whose power had been forged in swift campaigns. Pompey, acclaimed by soldiers and provincials, discovered that within the city his will could be checked by men who spoke in measured tones beneath the coffered ceilings of the Curia. Crassus, by contrast, had built his standing not primarily through conquest, although he had finished the war against Spartacus, but through wealth accumulated from real estate, mining ventures, and shrewd purchases of confiscated property during Sulla's proscriptions. His influence radiated through financial networks. Many members of the equestrian order, especially those involved in tax farming companies that had purchased the right to collect revenues in Asia, looked to him as their protector. These companies had bid very high at auction for the contracts, anticipating rich returns, But political turbulence and local resistance had reduced their profits. Now they petitioned for a reduction in the sums owed to the treasury. The Senate, alarmed at the prospect of shortfalls and unwilling to reward perceived overbidding, resisted. Crassus thus found his clients frustrated and his own prestige at risk. He also nursed a rivalry with Pompey, whose military glory and public adulation seemed to overshadow the quieter power of money. The two men had cooperated in the past, yet had drifted apart, their supporters clashing in subtle ways in courts and elections. Caesar saw that a convergence of grievances created an opening. He was heavily indebted, politically ambitious, and in need of powerful backers for his consular campaign. Pompey sought land for his veterans and the ratification of his eastern arrangements. Crassus sought relief for the Asian tax farmers and a renewed role in high politics. The senatorial majority, led by figures such as Cato the Younger, had thwarted each of them separately. Caesar proposed an alternative to piecemeal defeat, a private alliance of mutual support. Ancient writers describe this compact as concluded in secret, a sworn agreement that the three would neither take action nor allow any measure to pass that did not suit them all. It had no official name or legal form. There was no magistracy of three men. Instead, it rested on personal promises, on handshakes in private houses, on the calculation that combined influence in the assemblies and among the equestrians could overpower senatorial obstruction. In Roman terms, it was an intensified amicitia, a bond of political friendship turned into a syndicate. To appreciate how such an informal pact could reshape public life, it is necessary to linger on the mechanics of late Republican politics. Rome had no parties in the modern sense. Instead, there were shifting groupings of nobles, tied by family, patronage and shared interests, competing for votes in assemblies of citizens divided into centuries and tribes. Candidates for high office canvassed voters personally, appeared in the forum accompanied by friends and clients, and relied on agents to cultivate support in each district. Bribery, though illegal, was pervasive, taking the form of direct payments, promises of future favours, and lavish entertainments. The alliance of Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus meant that three separate retinues of clients, freedmen, and financial backers would now act in concert. Pompey could bring the gratitude of veterans and settlers, Crassus could supply funds, and Caesar could deploy his oratorical skill and personal charm. In the crowded days before the consular elections, their combined presence in the forum, under colonnades hung with canvases and amid statues recalling past victories, signalled to onlookers that a new concentration of power was forming, though its exact contours remained hidden behind the ordinary rituals of canvassing. Caesar's election as consul for the year 59 before Christ was the first triumph of this alignment. He shared the office with Marcus Calpurnius Bibulus, a conservative supported by the senatorial elite, whose role was meant to counterbalance him. The year opened with the new consuls entering office, auspices taken, sacrifices performed, and customary speeches delivered. Almost at once, Caesar introduced an agrarian bill designed to settle Pompey's veterans and some of the urban poor on public land, especially in Campania. The proposal was moderate in form, providing for a commission to oversee distribution and compensation for private holders, yet it directly addressed the demands that the Senate had long refused. Opposition came swiftly, led by Bibulus and Cato, who denounced the measure as a threat to the existing order. Caesar, following a pattern he had likely anticipated from the start, referred the law to the popular assembly when senatorial debate became obstructive. In the Contio, the preliminary public meeting, he read the bill aloud to the assembled citizens, stressed its fairness, and publicly invited any senator to speak against it before the people. Few dared. On the day of voting, tension in the forum rose. Bibulus attempted to declare that he was observing the heavens, a traditional way for a magistrate to halt public business by invoking unfavourable omens. Supporters of Caesar and Pompey pushed him back, and in the commotion, his lictors' fasces were broken. The assembly proceeded regardless, voting tribe by tribe under the watchful eyes of armed supporters. The law passed, and Pompey, called upon to swear that he would observe it, did so in ringing tones. Land commissions began their work surveying plots, drawing lots, settling veterans who had followed Pompey through years of campaigning. The alliance thus demonstrated to Rome that it could bypass traditional checks when united, using popular sovereignty to override senatorial veto. For ordinary citizens, the sight of fields being measured out and colonies founded gave concrete meaning to the abstract talk of triumviral power. For senators, it was a warning that obstruction, when faced with a determined combination of wealth, military prestige, and eloquence, could be turned into impotence. Crassus received his reward through measures less visible to the crowd but no less significant. Caesar sponsored legislation that relieved the publicani, the equestrian tax companies, by allowing them to renegotiate their contracts in Asia, effectively reducing the sums they were required to pay the treasury. To the Senate, this looked like a dangerous precedent, encouraging reckless bidding and diminishing state revenues. To the equestrians, it was a lifeline. Their losses shrank, their creditors were appeased, and their confidence in Crassus, who had championed their cause, deepened. Since many equestrians also financed electoral campaigns and provincial ventures, their goodwill fortified the financial underpinnings of the triumviral bloc. Here again, Caesar used the formal procedures of lawmaking to reshape underlying economic relationships, converting a private alliance into public statutes that redistributed burdens across the empire. The details of percentages and payment schedules might bore the urban crowd, yet for those who managed the flow of silver from Asia to Rome, the new law altered their calculations and tethered their fortunes more firmly to the success of the three men who had made it possible. The alliance was sealed not only by laws and favours, but also by marriage, the oldest instrument of Roman aristocratic politics. In the spring of Caesar's consular year, he broke off the existing engagement of his daughter Julia and arranged for her to marry Pompey, who had divorced his previous wife Mutia. Julia was in her late teens, renowned for beauty and modesty, while Pompey was a man in his late 40s whose face already carried the marks of long campaigning. Their union, celebrated with the customary processions, feasts, and sacrifices, created a bond of kinship between two of the triumvirs. On the day of the wedding, Julia would have been led from Caesar's house to Pompey's, veiled, accompanied by friends and relatives, with flutes playing and torches carried in the evening. Traces of ancient religious symbolism framed the procession, yet behind the saffron veil lay cold political calculation. The optimates saw in the marriage a terrifying consolidation, for marital ties in Roman politics often reinforced political cooperation and made open hostility more difficult. Cicero and others remarked with unease that the two most dynamic leaders in Rome were now father and son-in-law, and that their combined influence, allied with the wealth of Crassus, might overwhelm the balances that had long defined the Republic. Even as Caesar's consular year drew to its close, the alliance looked beyond the present. A law carried by the tribune Vatinius granted Caesar, upon leaving office, a lengthy proconsular command in Cisalpine Gaul, Transalpine Gaul, and Illyricum, with several legions at his disposal. This extended command promised him both military glory and a secure base of power close to Italy. For Pompey, the land distributions and reciprocation of Eastern arrangements strengthened his bond with his veterans and clients. For Crassus, the relief of the tax farmers and his role in facilitating loans to Caesar tied equestrian finance to the triumviral project. In Rome, Caesar worked with Publius Clodius Pulcher, who, as tribune in the year following the consulship, pursued policies that weakened senatorial control and helped to isolate opponents like Cicero, all while maintaining the broad framework of cooperation between Caesar and Pompey. The first triumvirate, as later historians would call it, thus became not a formal institution, but a durable pattern of mutual support, embodied in laws, marriages, provincial commands, and urban street politics. Its internal tensions and eventual unravelling lay in the future. At the moment of its formation, it appeared to its creators as a practical solution to the Republic's blockage, a means by which three ambitious men could, together, force the state to move in directions it had refused to go when they stood apart. On the first day of the year that Romans would remember as the consulship of Caesar and Bibulus, the morning light fell on a city already heavy with expectation. Two men put on the broad purple-bordered toga, stepped out of their houses surrounded by lictors bearing faces, and ascended the Capitol to sacrifice to Jupiter. They were equal in formal rank, sharing the same office, sitting on identical curule chairs, yet their temperaments and aims pulled in opposite directions. Caesar, newly returned from Spain, carried in his mind the silent promises made with Pompey and Crassus, and the urgent need to turn a single year of office into a foundation for lasting power. Bibulus, allied with Cato and the conservative bloc, saw his task as resisting that transformation precisely. The consulship in the late Republic was still the pinnacle of the ordinary cursus, endowed with civic and military imperium, the right to convene the Senate and assemblies, and the capacity to set the agenda of lawmaking. What distinguished this particular year from so many others was that Caesar began not by proposing an army or a tax, but by opening a window into the hidden deliberations of the Senate itself, ordering that its proceedings be recorded and published regularly as an official record. The minutes that had previously been kept haphazardly and sometimes circulated in private now became the actor of the Senate and people, written in a standard form and exposed to public view. Scribes sat at the edges of the curia, scratching with metal pens on wax tablets as debates unfolded among senators, while other clerks copied the decisions and notable events onto whitened wooden boards or stone panels. These boards were then set up in the forum, near other notices that already announced decrees, judicial decisions, and civic events, forming an early kind of public gazette. Every day, citizens could see what had been said and done by men whose authority had once been bolstered by secrecy. The measure drew on Greek democratic habits of publishing decrees and minutes, but in Rome it had a particularly sharp edge. To strip away the obscurity that had long surrounded senatorial debate was to invite the judgment of the crowd upon those who spoke within the curia, and to give orators material with which to praise or attack their rivals. Caesar thereby reshaped the flow of information in the city, aligning the machinery of record-keeping with his larger aim of subjecting aristocratic decision-making to the court of public opinion. Having prized open the doors of the Senate in this way, Caesar turned at once to the central legislative project of his year, the agrarian law that would come to be known as the first Lex Julia Agraria. In form it was a land law, but in substance it was a carefully constructed answer to several overlapping demands. It proposed to settle poor citizens and veterans on plots across Italy, to repopulate depopulated areas, to extend land to Pompey's soldiers as a reward for their eastern campaigns, and to do so without confiscation from unwilling owners. Funding would come from the booty Pompey had brought back from the Mithridatic War, and purchases of additional land were to be made at prices based on existing censorial valuations, overseen by a board of 20 commissioners from various political groups. Caesar himself did not seek a place on this board, signalling in outward form that he was separating his consular authority from the ongoing administration of the scheme. Presenting the bill first to the Senate, he invited discussion in the traditional order, attempting to show deference to its dignity while quietly binding the interests of the people, Pompey's veterans, and provincial plunder into a single proposal. Opposition crystallized around Cato the Younger, whose resistance took the procedural form of a filibuster. Day after day he spoke at length, using every rule of senatorial debate to prevent the matter from coming to a vote, and thereby to maintain the Senate's power to stall or reshape the law. Caesar, seeing an entire month consumed by delay, finally ordered a lictor to remove Cato from the rostra and lead him toward the prison, a gesture as symbolic as it was practical. As Cato continued to declaim even while being escorted away, senators and bystanders followed in an indignant silence, their downcast faces reminding Caesar that a consul who laid hands on a senator over debate risked appearing tyrannical. Plutarch and other sources relate that Caesar quickly had Cato released, recognizing that he had pressed too far against the unwritten conventions that governed the relationship between magistrates and the Senate. The episode became a kind of rehearsal of the entire year, legal forms stretched, personal authority asserted, resistance dramatized, and then a partial retreat, followed by a change of battlefield from the Curia to the open forum. When Caesar brought his agrarian proposal before the people, the physical and emotional environment changed. Now he stood on a platform in the forum, with the temple of Castor and Pollux behind or beside him, the rostra visible, the mass of citizens divided into tribes, and above them the facades of basilicas and temples that frame the political theatre of Rome. He convened a contio, a preliminary assembly, where a magistrate explained a proposal and invited responses, and he called upon his colleague Bibulus to state publicly his objections to the bill. According to the tradition preserved in several sources, Bibulus could give no detailed critique of its provisions, and in frustration he ended by declaring that the law would not pass that year, even if all desired it. In a system that placed final legislative authority in the hands of the citizen body, a consul who dared to reject in advance the collective will of the people seemed to many to violate the very principle of popular sovereignty. Caesar, pointing to this arrogance, turned Bibulus's own words against him, urging the crowd to see in the opposition not a defence of law, but a defence of privilege without reasoned argument. The day of formal voting on the agrarian law revealed how thin the line had become between legal ritual and raw force. Citizens assembled by tribe, bounded by temporary fences, and overseen by officials who took and tallied votes. Bibulus and his supporters tried to use religious procedure to halt the proceedings, announcing that they were watching the sky for unfavourable omens, a traditional way to invalidate assemblies. As he and allied tribunes mounted the steps of the Temple of Castor and Pollux to address the crowd, they were met by a surge of hostile supporters of Caesar and Pompey. Lictor's fasces were broken, Bibulus was pushed, pelted with refuse, and driven from the forum. He reportedly bared his neck, inviting death rather than humiliation, but friends and fellow senators pulled him away. The assembly continued, unheeding of auspices shouted at a distance, and the tribes passed the law. Later, when the Senate hesitated to recognize it, Caesar compelled the senators to swear obedience to its terms, a ritual that transformed a contested measure into part of the binding order of the state. Cato and a few others delayed, but eventually complied. One more sign that moral protest could not easily undo what had been enacted in lawful form, however tumultuous the circumstances. The agrarian program did not end there. Soon a second law, the Lex Julia concerning the Campanian land, extended distributions to one of the most fertile and jealously guarded regions of Italy, the plains near Capua, whose public lands had long been reserved to yield revenue for the treasury. To divide this territory, surveyors had to stride the fields with measuring rods, tracing boundaries that would be inscribed on bronze tablets and stored in public archives. Stones were set to mark corners, ditches were dug to separate allotments, and colonists led out under the supervision of commissioners, their names recorded beside the plots that would now sustain them and their descendants. The transfer represented a permanent shift of income from the central state to individual households, and a corresponding gain in loyalty to the men who had sponsored it. At this point, Bibulus, having suffered both physical assault and political defeat, withdrew from active participation in public business. From his house he issued edicts proclaiming that he was observing the heavens and had detected unfavourable signs, thereby claiming to suspend all lawful assemblies. Caesar chose to disregard these declarations as either invalid or insincere, and the year became a byword in satirical verses as not the consulship of Caesar and Bibulus, but of Julius and Caesar, as if only one man held both places. With the land question reshaped in this manner, Caesar turned to fulfill the other promises implicit in his alliance with Pompey and Crassus. For Pompey, he carried a law ratifying the complex web of settlements that the general had arranged in the eastern provinces after the defeat of Mithridates. These arrangements touched kingdoms, cities, and taxed districts from Asia Minor to Syria, defining which communities would be free, which tributary, which governed by client kings, and how revenues would be collected. Ratification meant that senators who resented Pompey's extraordinary commands would have to acknowledge the permanence of his decisions, while Eastern elites could rely on their new statuses. For Crassus and the equestrian order, Caesar sponsored a measure that allowed the publicani who farmed the rich taxes of Asia to renegotiate their contracts, remitting roughly 1/3 of what they owed to the treasury. The tax farming companies, which had overbid and now faced ruinous losses, gained relief, while the state lost income but gained the gratitude of powerful financiers. Beneath the legal language lay the logistics of the system: tablets in which contracts were inscribed, warehouses where coin and bullion were stored, networks of agents in provincial cities recalculating their exactions. Legislation in this sphere was not merely a speech in the forum, it was a recalibration of the flows of metal and obligation that bound Asia to Rome. Other laws of the year reached beyond immediate allies to the broader structure of provincial rule. A lex Julia de Pecuniae Repetundis refined the regulations governing extortion by governors, clarifying what exactions were illegal and strengthening the remedies available to provincials seeking restitution. Another measure, often identified as a lex Julia de Provinciis, attempted to regularize the interval between a magistrate's year of office in Rome and his assignment to a province, in order to reduce the temptation to use a single season of command to seize sudden wealth. Such laws did not abolish abuse, but they imposed a framework within which accusations could be brought and judgments rendered. For Caesar, they served several functions at once. They projected an image of concern for the allies and subjects of Rome. They placed further constraints on potential rivals who might otherwise enrich themselves unchecked, and they demonstrated their capacity to use consular authority to address long-standing grievances. The Senate's resistance to these measures was real, yet once inscribed on bronze and tablet and integrated into legal practice, they proved difficult to undo, as later attempts to rescind or weaken them revealed. The culmination of the consular year, from the perspective of Caesar's own future, was the law proposed by the tribune Publius Vatinius, which entrusted to him for 5 years the proconsular command of Cisalpine Gaul and Illyricum, together with the legions already stationed there. The measure, passed by the tribal assembly, replaced the modest Italian woods and paths that had originally been allotted to him, with a cluster of frontier provinces whose roads led directly into the interior of Gaul and along the Adriatic coast. 5 years of continuous imperium, rather than the more usual single year, meant that he would have time to conduct campaigns, negotiate with local elites, and weave ties with soldiers without immediate recall. The law authorized him to appoint his own legates, among whom Titus Labienus would become prominent, thereby surrounding himself with officers bound more to him personally than to the Senate that had formally created their offices. To ordinary voters, this might have seemed a technical matter of provincial assignment, another item in the steady flow of legislative business. In retrospect, it appears as the hinge on which the history of Gaul and of Rome itself would turn, for it gave Caesar both the army and the geographical arena in which his ambition could expand from consular prominence to continental conquest. Contemporaries reacted to this year of laws and clashes with a mixture of admiration, fear, and weary resentment. Cicero, writing from the vantage point of a senator whose own position depended on both senatorial authority and popular favour, described Bibulus being exalted for his stubborn inaction, and confessed unease at the methods by which Caesar and his allies drove their programme through. Later observers, both ancient and modern, have often singled out the consulship of 59 as the beginning of a new phase in the Republic, when established restraints on consuls were visibly bent, and the combination of legal forms with orchestrated violence reshaped the balance between Senate, magistrates, and people. Some modern scholarship has moderated this view, noting that many constitutional practices survived, that elections still returned opponents of the triumviral bloc to office, and that Bibulus's passive resistance remained a symbolic check, even if it failed in immediate effect. Yet even in this more nuanced perspective, the year retains its character as a demonstration of what could be done when a determined consul fused control over information, mastery of rhetoric in assemblies, willingness to ignore contested auspices, and an alliance with the greatest general and the wealthiest financier of his age. By the time Caesar laid down his consulship at the end of the year, the law, the memory of violence in the Forum, and the evolving tide of public opinion together formed a dense fabric through which his next moves, now directed toward Gaul, would be woven. When the consular year of Caesar and Bibulus ended, the broad purple border of the consul's toga was laid aside, yet the true extension of Caesar's power was only beginning. Under the terms of the law carried by a Vatinius, he passed at once into a proconsular command of 5 years, embracing Cisalpine Gaul, Transalpine Gaul and Illyricum, with authority over the legions stationed there. In Roman administrative language, Cisalpine Gaul meant the northern plain of Italy up to the Alps, now largely filled with Latin colonies and municipia, while Transalpine Gaul meant the older Roman province along the lower Rhone and Mediterranean coast, the strip later known as Narbonensis. Illyricum, stretching along the eastern Adriatic, added a further frontier of mountain tribes and maritime routes. These were not empty names on a Senate decree, they were belts of land threaded by roads, river valleys, and fortified towns, each with its own web of obligations to Rome. Caesar left the city knowing that for several years he would be absent from the formal debates of the Curia, yet present in another sense through the growing weight of an army and the streams of tribute and letters that would flow back from the northern frontier. Cisalpine Gaul became at once his rear base and his first testing ground. This region, long since annexed, had been transformed from a zone of Celtic threat into an extension of Italy. Veteran colonies and Latin towns lined the Po Valley, their forums paved with stone, their streets laid out in orthogonal grids, their magistrates bearing Roman names and issuing edicts in Latin. Roads such as the Via Emilia and the Via Postumia ran straight across the plain, their metalled surfaces supported by layers of gravel and compacted earth, carrying carts of grain, barrels of wine, and columns of marching soldiers. In winter, legions could be quartered in or near these towns, their officers interacting with local elites, arranging supplies and recruiting replacements. The region supplied not only food and forage, but also craftsmen who could mend weapons and wagons, muleteers to drive baggage trains, and a pool of young men whose citizenship and Italian background made them suitable material for new cohorts. To command Cisalpine Gaul was therefore to hold the hinge between the old Italy and the northern lands that were not yet provinces, a position that allowed Caesar to draw on the resources of a settled countryside while facing outward, toward the less ordered world beyond the Alps. Beyond that mountain barrier lay the Roman province of Transalpine Gaul, the Provincia, centred on the lower Rhone and the Mediterranean coast. Here, cities such as Massalia, a Greek foundation, and Narbo Martius, a Roman colony, acted as gateways between Italy and the Atlantic seaboard. Vineyards climbed terraced hillsides, while river ports bustled with barges bringing timber and grain down from the interior. The Via Domitia and other military roads crossed the province from east to west, linking Italy to Spain and passing through valleys guarded by small garrisons and fortified posts. Roman law, coinage and language were firmly established in this strip, yet to the north, beyond the Garonne and the Loire, lay peoples who still reckoned kinship and loyalty in tribal assemblies, who minted their own coins with stylized horses and faces, and who saw Rome as one power among several. Along the Rhine, Germanic groups pressed westward, and in the interior the great Oppida, fortified hilltop centres, controlled trade routes in salt, metals and slaves. From the vantage point of Narbo or Vienna, the unconquered Gauls were not a distant curiosity, but immediate neighbours whose feuds and migrations could easily spill into the carefully ordered spaces of the province. Into this layered landscape, Caesar brought a force that was at once familiar to Rome and newly concentrated under a single hand. At the outset, he had 4 legions already in the Gallic sphere, the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, seasoned units that had campaigned with him in Spain. A late Republican legion was a complex organism. Its nominal strength was slightly over 5,000 citizen infantry, divided into 10 cohorts, each cohort containing 6 centuries. The first cohort, double in size, held the most experienced soldiers and the senior centurions. Above the centurions stood the 6 military tribunes and the legate commanding the legion, while beneath them the ranks of common soldiers were arranged by experience and valour. Standards marked each level of this hierarchy: the eagle for the legion as a whole, lesser emblems for cohorts and centuries. Around these standards clustered the identities and loyalties of the men, who spoke of themselves as belonging to a particular legion and even to a particular cohort within it, proud of their place in an order that governed every movement on the battlefield and in camp. The ordinary legionary carried with him both the means of combat and the tools of construction. His offensive weapons included the short sword, the gladius, designed for thrusting at close quarters, and 1 or 2 heavy javelins, pila, whose iron shanks could bend on impact, making enemy shields cumbersome. His defensive gear consisted of a large rectangular shield with a curved surface, the scutum, a helmet of iron or bronze with cheek pieces, and a shirt of chainmail or scale armour that protected chest and shoulders. Over his tunic he wore a woolen cloak, the sagum, which served as warmth and as bedding when wrapped around him at night. On the march he shouldered not only these weapons and armour, but also a burden of tools and provisions. Sources describe a forked carrying pole, the furka, on which cooking pots, bundles of grain, stakes for the nightly palisade, and personal possessions were suspended. The entire load turned each man into a moving element of the army's infrastructure, capable of digging, building, and sustaining himself with the grain ration that was issued and ground into flour in small hand mills. With such equipment, the legions moved through Gaul in a pattern that blended relentless repetition with careful adaptation to terrain. On the march they advanced in columns, each legion following its standards, with scouts and cavalry screening the front and flanks. Baggage wagons creaked along behind, carrying heavier gear, siege appliances, and the sick. When a day's march ended, the first task was not rest, but construction. Surveyors and centurions marked out a square or rectangle of ground, aligned with compass points or local features, and assigned sections of the perimeter to each unit. Soldiers dropped their packs and took up mattocks and spades, cutting a ditch and throwing up an inner rampart, into which sharpened stakes were driven. Gates were named for the directions they faced, and in the interior, streets such as the Via Praetoria and Via Principalis divided the camp. Tents of leather, each housing 8 men, were pitched in regular rows, while at the centre the commander's tent and the shrine of the standards formed a sacral core. Night watches were assigned, passwords issued, and only then did the camp settle into cooking, repairing gear, and sleep. Behind this daily routine lay a system of recruitment and reward that bound the men to their commander as much as to the abstract republic. In earlier centuries, legions had been raised for particular campaigns from property-owning citizens who returned home after a season of war. By Caesar's time, service had become a longer commitment, with volunteers drawn from poorer citizens and increasingly from provincial communities that possessed citizenship. They received a modest regular stipend in coin, distributed by paymasters who kept careful lists of names and sums. But more important to many was the expectation of shares in booty and the prospect of land upon discharge. Commanders who could promise and deliver on these rewards gained an authority that went beyond the letter of their commission. In Gaul, each captured oppidum, each wagon train seized, yielded spoils that could be weighed, divided, and distributed according to established shares, from the general down to the common soldier. The memory of Sulla's veterans settled across Italy, and of Pompey's recent land allotments made clear that service under a successful imperator could transform a poor man's future, turning him from landless urban inhabitant into smallholder on colonial soil. Opposite Caesar's legion stood a mosaic of Gallic communities whose internal structures differed from the Roman pattern, yet had their own coherence. Tribal groupings such as the Aedui, Sequani, Arvani, and Helvetii possessed assemblies of nobles, client networks, and religious elites often associated with the figure of the Druid, who combined priestly functions with the arbitration of disputes. Their strongholds, the Oppida, dominated river crossings and trade routes, enclosed by earth and timber ramparts faced with stone. Within these walls, craftsmen worked metal, minted coins, and stored surplus grain in pits or granaries. Trade with the Mediterranean world brought amphorae of wine and other goods northward, while slaves, skins, and raw materials flowed south. Alliances and rivalries among these peoples were fluid, and it was precisely in these internal tensions that Caesar found the pretexts for intervention. When the Helvetii, pressed by neighbours and perhaps by internal calculations, prepared to migrate westward with wagons, families and herds, their planned route threatened the lands of Rome's provincial allies along the Rhone. The movement of her people thus became, in Caesar's presentation, a security issue for the Provincia and a summons to act in defence of Roman interests. The first campaigns of 58 BC set a pattern that would recur in different forms. News of the Helvetian migration reached Caesar while he was in Cisalpine Gaul, and he hurried north, calling up legions and enrolling additional forces from Italian territory. He moved across the Alps by established passes where Roman engineers could improve tracks and secure supply lines, and reached the Rhone in time to block attempted crossings with quickly erected fortifications and garrisons. Where natural obstacles were insufficient, timber palisades and ditches extended their power. Negotiations with tribal envoys, recorded later in his commentaries, unfolded alongside these material works, with Caesar presenting demands that, if accepted, would have effectively placed the migrants under Roman control. When they refused, the ensuing clashes were described not as a war of conquest, but as the enforcement of treaties and the protection of allies. Later that same year, he turned eastward against Ariovistus, the Germanic leader whose presence across the Rhine had appealed to some Gallic factions and whose growing influence Caesar now depicted as an intolerable threat. In both cases, political narratives and logistical realities interwove, and behind every diplomatic phrase stood the solid fact of legions that could march, dig, and fight under a single will. Thus, as Caesar established himself in Gaul, his command was not merely a matter of moving pins on a map. It was the daily labour of thousands of men, the rhythm of shovels in the earth and hobnailed sandals on gravel roads, the creak of wagons and the measured issuance of rations. The provincial framework he inherited provided fixed points of law, taxation and alliance, yet beyond its boundaries lay a fluid world of tribes, kings and councils whose decisions could, at any moment, send tens of thousands of people on the march. By shaping his legions into an instrument that combined flexibility with standardization, and by presenting each intervention as a response to the appeals or threats of Gallic actors, he transformed a frontier command into a steadily expanding sphere of Roman control. The years of open conquest would come in their turn. For the moment, the emphasis rested on command, army, and province, on the careful alignment of Roman military structures with the shifting social and political landscape of Gaul. As the young proconsul settled in for what would become a long and transformative war. During the years that followed his first arrival in Gaul, Caesar transformed what had been presented as a defensive command into a sustained sequence of campaigns, whose scope modern historians reckon as the conquest of most of the territory of modern France, Belgium, and parts of Switzerland and Germany. In his own account, the Commentaries on the Gallic War, he arranged these events into an almost yearly narrative, each book corresponding to a campaigning season, from the clash with the migrating Helvetii and the Germanic leader Ariovistus, through wars against the Belgi and the Veneti, to the great Pan-Gallic revolt under Vercingetorix. He framed his actions as responses to threats, appeals from allies, or preemptive measures against dangerous concentrations of power. Yet beneath the rhetoric of necessity lay a consistent pattern, a gradual tightening of Roman control across a patchwork of tribal territories, achieved through marches, river crossings, winter campaigns, calculated clemency, and equally calculated severity. The Gallic landscape, thick with forests, high with earthwork ramparts marked by oppida on hilltops and river bends, became the canvas on which this process slowly unfolded. One of the earliest theatres where this pattern can be seen clearly is the war against the Belgae, the peoples of northern Gaul whom Caesar describes as the bravest of all, partly because they lived farthest from the refinements of the Roman province and nearest to the Germans. In 57 before Christ, reports reached him that many Belgic tribes had formed a coalition. Alarmed by the rapid extension of Roman influence in the south, Caesar advanced northward, crossing rivers such as the Isen, and built fortified camps whose ramparts and ditches anchored his line of operations. The coalition's great host, a mass of warriors called up from multiple tribes, pressed upon him near the river, but found themselves checked by the orderly's deployment of legions behind fieldworks and by well-timed cavalry sorties. Subsequent operations saw individual Belgic communities besieged behind their oppida, with Caesar using the now familiar combination of encirclement, earthworks, and assaults to wear them down. Yet events like the later massacre of the Eburones after the ambush of a legion under Sabinus and Cotta, where Caesar unleashed systematic devastation across their territory, also reveal the harsh edge of his strategy, designed not only to punish but to make examples. Alongside these campaigns, Caesar presented the peoples he fought in sharply etched ethnographic sketches, whose clarity has long attracted readers and whose purpose modern scholarship now treats with caution. In his opening chapters, he famously divides Gaul into three parts, inhabited by Belgae, Aquitani, and those who call themselves Celts, distinguished by language, customs, and laws. Later he contrasts the Gauls with the Germans beyond the Rhine, whom he depicts as rougher, more warlike, less corrupted, in his view by luxuries, and whose societies he sets amid vast forests and roaming herds. He dwells on the figure of the Druid as priest, judge, and keeper of doctrine, and on the supposed practice of human sacrifice in wicker effigies. Modern historians note that much of this material likely derives from earlier Greek accounts, and that Caesar, writing to a Roman audience, used these portraits to justify both conquest and annexation, presenting Gaul as at once dangerous because of its martial elites, and capable of improvement under Roman order. The ethnography thus serves not only as description, but as a rhetorical frame for the wars he narrates. The years of campaigning also exposed the vulnerabilities of Roman forces in a country where roads were few and the weather was harsh. In the winter following his operations against the Belgae, Caesar distributed his legions among several tribes to take quarters, a practice meant to ease the burden on any single community and to keep troops supplied from local stores. One legion and 5 cohorts, under Sabinus and Cotta, were stationed among the Eburones. There, lured into leaving their fortified camp by the deceptive promises of a chieftain named Ambiorix, they were destroyed in a coordinated ambush amid forests and ravines. Another camp, under Quintus Cicero, was besieged in depth, forcing the garrison to improvise towers and repair walls under constant missile fire. Relief came only when Caesar himself marched swiftly through bad weather with selected forces, constructed a fortified camp within sight of the enemy, and used a feigned timidity to draw the besiegers into a disordered attack that was then crushed. These episodes reveal both the risks of scattering legions among still wavering allies and the capacity of Gallic leaders to exploit winter conditions, but they also show the speed with which Caesar reacted, turning near disaster into another demonstration of Roman resilience. In his portrayal of these conflicts, Caesar repeatedly turns aside from pure narrative to comment on Gallic society, religious practice, and political structures, using the material partly to educate his Roman readers and partly to explain the shifting patterns of alliance and revolt. He notes, for instance, that some tribes have entrenched aristocracies with formalized client systems, while others are more dominated by the military leaders whose power rests on personal retinues. He describes assemblies where policy is debated, councils of elders, and the influence of druids who, he says, claim knowledge of the stars, the cosmos, and the will of the gods. At the same time, he emphasizes practices that would strike Roman readers as cruel, such as alleged mass human sacrifices and harsh punishments. Modern analysis suggests that these ethnographic miniatures are not neutral. They contrast differently valued forms of otherness, with Germans presented at times as admirably severe and Gauls as dangerously sophisticated yet unstable, thereby reinforcing Caesar's claim that Roman intervention was both necessary for security and beneficial as a civilizing force. The pressure of conquest did not fall evenly across Gaul. For several years, Caesar's campaigns took the form of moving against particular coalitions or centres of resistance, followed by reorganising the political landscape through treaties, hostages, and garrisons. The cumulative strain, however, gradually produced a more general reaction. In 52 before Christ, under the leadership of a young Arvernian noble named Vercingetorix, a broad revolt coalesced. Vercingetorix, whose name later tradition interprets as Great King of Warriors, persuaded many tribes to adopt a scorched earth strategy, burning their own farms and granaries to deny the Roman supplies, and to avoid pitched battles in favour of attacking isolated detachments and foragers. Some Oppida were abandoned and destroyed by their own inhabitants, rather than allowed to fall, but one, Avaricum, a great town of the Bituriges, was spared at their urgent pleading. Caesar besieged it, building ramps, towers, and covered galleries across marshy ground. And when at last the walls were breached, he allowed or did not restrain a wholesale slaughter, later reporting with a rare touch of apology that out of many thousands of inhabitants, only a small handful escaped. The climax of this revolt and of Caesar's entire Gallic enterprise came at Alesia, a hilltop oppidum of the Mandubii, where Vercingetorix, after suffering reverses in the open field, withdrew with his cavalry and infantry, confident that a strong position and the arrival of a great relief force would allow him to withstand the Romans. Archaeology and ancient accounts place Alesia on a high plateau encircled by rivers and valleys, a naturally strong site further strengthened by ditches and walls. Recognizing that a direct assault would cost too many lives, Caesar chose instead to starve the defenders into submission by surrounding them with a continuous line of fortifications, a circumvallation. His engineers and legionaries set to work marking out a ring that followed the contours of the hills, eventually extending for many miles. They dug a sequence of ditches, some filled with water, raised an inner rampart crowned with palisades, and built towers at regular intervals from which missiles could be launched. Excavations and reconstructions near the modern site have traced segments of these works, confirming the scale and sophistication of the double lines. Caesar knew, however, that besieging a large force invited counterattack from outside, and he anticipated that Gallic allies of Vercingetorix would attempt to break the siege. To prepare for this, he ordered a second outer line of fortifications, the Contravallation, facing away from the town. Thus his army found itself between two rings, one directed inward against potential sorties, the other outward against a relief host. Both lines incorporated a variety of obstacles: ditches, sharpened stakes, concealed pits called lilies, and networks of interlaced branches to slow and channel attackers into killing zones covered by artillery and archers. Towers rose at intervals, built of timber frames braced and filled with earth or rubble, from which ballistae could hurl bolts over the heads of front-rank defenders. The labour demanded by these constructions was immense. Day after day, soldiers felled trees, shaped stakes, transported earth in baskets, and hammered palisades into place, all while keeping watch against sudden sorties. The very existence of this elaborate belt of defences embodied the Roman capacity to convert manpower and discipline into landscape-scale engineering. When at last the Gallic relief army arrived, the siege became a test not only of fortifications but of coordination, morale, and logistics on both sides. Ancient sources speak of a vast host assembled from many tribes, though modern estimates, more cautious, reduce the numbers while still recognising that the relieving force was substantial. They launched repeated assaults on the outer Roman line, seeking weak points where terrain or incomplete works offered a chance to break through, while Vercingetorix's men within Alesia mounted sorties against the inner line, hoping to catch the Romans distracted. Communications along Caesar's encircling works relied on signal fires, messengers on horseback, and the movement of reserves from quieter sectors to threatened points. At critical moments, Caesar committed his Germanic cavalry, whose skill in mounted fighting and pursuit he had long cultivated, to drive back Gallic horsemen and roll up their attacking infantry. Supply within Alesia dwindled as days passed, and the defenders expelled non-combatants, women and children, who found themselves trapped between walls and siege lines, a grim reminder of how civilians suffered most directly from the collision of military systems. In the end, the relief army, having failed to pierce the Roman defences despite heavy efforts, withdrew in disorder, and the starving garrison of Alesia capitulated. Vercingetorix, aware that further resistance would only prolong the suffering of his followers, rode out, laid aside his arms, and surrendered himself to Caesar, according to later tradition at the latter's feet. He was kept prisoner for years before being displayed in Caesar's eventual triumph and executed. The fall of Alesia did not instantly end all armed resistance in Gaul, but it broke the largest coordinated effort to expel the Romans and convinced many remaining chiefs that accommodation was preferable to annihilation. For Caesar, it marked the culmination of nearly a decade of campaigning, a demonstration to Rome that he had subdued a land of many peoples through a mixture of military skill, political manipulation, and sheer engineering labour. For the Gallic world, it began a long process of incorporation into Roman structures, in which Opta evolved into Romanized towns and tribal leaders recast themselves as magistrates and senators. Modern readers approaching the Gallic War today encounter not only Caesar's lucid Latin, with its restrained third-person narration, but also the darker implications of his success. Scholars such as Kurt Rafflaub and others have asked whether the combination of deliberate devastation, enslavement and large-scale killing he ordered in places like the territory of the Eburones or at Avaricum approaches what would now be called genocide, noting that entire communities were sometimes targeted as units to be destroyed or dispersed. At the same time, studies of his ethnography have highlighted how carefully crafted his portrayals of Gauls and Germans were, designed to serve the political needs of a statesman seeking support at Rome after his campaigns. These sieges, battles, and marches that once seemed merely the scenery of heroic conquest thus take on a more complex aspect as episodes in a process that, while bringing Roman roads, law, and urban development, also entailed profound loss of life and cultural transformation. In the dense rhythm of Caesar's narrative, with its descriptions of ditch and rampart, assembly and treaty, we can still hear both the measured voice of the commander explaining his actions and the faint echoes of those whose fields, shrines, and languages were enclosed within the widening framework of his wars. At the height of the Gallic campaigns, when much of the land between the Mediterranean and the Channel had already felt the weight of his legions, Caesar turned his attention to the outer edges of the Roman mental map, to the great river that marked the limit between Gaul and Germania, and to the sea that separated Gaul from the island of Britain. To a Roman of the 1st century before Christ, educated in Greek geography yet formed by Roman experience, the inhabited world seemed to lie within a broad ring of encircling ocean. Beyond the Rhine, across the misty Channel, the lands were known in outline through merchants' tales, stray embassies, and fragmentary reports, but they remained in imagination close to that encircling water, near the blurred margin between the known and the unknown. When Caesar directed his gaze toward these frontiers, he did so with multiple aims. He wished to overawe Germanic warbands whose crossings threatened his newly subdued Gauls, to secure the loyalty of allies on the Roman side of the Rhine, and to add to his own prestige exploits that no Roman commander before him had attempted, crossings that could be narrated at Rome as proof that his authority reached even to the edges of the world. In his 4th book of the Gallic War, Caesar describes the Germans as a distinct people, tougher and less softened by luxury than the Gauls, living in scattered farmsteads rather than in dense towns, and constantly training for war and hunting. He singles out the Usipetes and Tencteri, driven westward by pressure from the Suebi, as examples of the restless movement that could spill across the Rhine into Gaul. When these groups crossed the river and roamed in Belgic territory, Caesar confronted and defeated them, but understood that simply pushing them back was insufficient. He wanted to demonstrate that Rome could cross the river at will, that no natural frontier prevented Roman punishment of those who harboured or encouraged such raids. Germanic leaders on the far bank had refused to meet him on Roman soil and had demanded that he bring his forces over to them if he wished to negotiate. To embark his legions in boats and shuttle the across under the eyes of potentially hostile warriors would have been possible, but dangerous, and in his own words, unworthy of Roman dignity. So he decided on a more audacious solution, to build a bridge. The river he chose to bridge was broad, swift and deep, a formidable obstacle even at favourable points. Caesar's account, which later engineers and scholars have studied in detail, describes a design based on closely spaced pairs of piles driven into the riverbed, sloping slightly in opposite directions, braced by transoms and beams, and locked together so that the current pressed them more firmly into position. The work began with the selection of a site where the banks allowed approach roads to be cut and where the depth, though substantial, did not exceed the reach of pile-driving equipment. Timber was felled in nearby forests, trimmed into squared posts and dragged to the water's edge by teams of soldiers and pack animals. Using large wooden frames and lifting devices, the engineers positioned each pair of piles, one leaning upstream, the other down, then drove them into the bed with heavy rams suspended from scaffolds, their repeated blows carrying through the water to the men handling the guides' ropes. Once the main supports were fixed, longitudinal beams were laid across them, their ends notched to fit, and a roadway of planks and brushwood was built on top, wide enough for a column of troops to march. Parapets of stakes and rails provided some protection against missiles from the banks. Caesar's proud claim was that the entire structure, from the first driving of piles to the completion of the roadway, took about 10 days. Even allowing for some rhetorical compression, the speed remains remarkable when one considers the coordination required. Thousands of soldiers were organised into work parties, some felling trees, some shaping beams with iron tools, others transporting materials along hastily improved tracks. Specialised craftsmen among the legionaries supervised joints and fastenings, while officers managed the flow of labour so that the work proceeded along multiple sections at once. Defensive works were thrown up on the Roman bank to protect the chantier from sudden attacks. When the final planks were laid and the first legion marched across, standards catching the light above the water, the structure served both as a practical means of crossing and as a symbol in timber and iron of Roman willingness to master even the most daunting natural barrier. Germanic groups who had gathered in the interior withdrew at news of the crossing, burning their villages and driving their herds away rather than risk direct battle. Caesar advanced some distance, burned a few deserted settlements, took hostages from the friendly Ubi, and then, having demonstrated what he wished to demonstrate, withdrew his forces and had the bridge dismantled, leaving only the memory of its brief but potent existence. 2 years later, he repeated the feat further upstream, constructing a second bridge on essentially the same principles, again crossing, ravaging nearby areas and withdrawing. To later Roman writers, these bridges became emblematic of Caesar's blend of engineering audacity and calculated restraint. He did not attempt to hold ground permanently east of the Rhine, nor to annex Germania as a province. Instead, he used temporary crossings to inscribe in the landscape a message legible to both Gauls and Germans, that the river was no fixed shield against retaliation, and that Rome could project force across it without relying on local shipping. Archaeological traces of heavy timber piles cut in the mid-1st century before Christ, discovered in stretches of the Rhine, have been tentatively linked to these structures, though their exact locations remain debated. What matters for our purposes is that in the imagination of contemporaries, the crossing of the Rhine by a timber road laid upon the water's surface marked a step beyond earlier boundaries, a physical assertion that the sphere of Roman action could now touch even those peoples whom Greek and Roman writers had long described as dwelling at the chill edges of the world. Across the Channel, on the opposite flank of Gaul, lay another such edge, the island of Britain. Long before Caesar, Greek authors had speculated about this land, which they sometimes called the Tin Islands because of the metal traded from its western coasts. Gallic merchants had visited its shores, and coastal tribes in Gaul maintained trading and kinship links with communities in southern Britain. Through interrogations of these traders and allies, Caesar gathered information about the crossing, the harbours, the tides, and the political landscape. He learned that the channel, which he calls the ocean, could be stormy and treacherous, with stronger tides than the Mediterranean, and that the Britons fought with infantry and distinctive light war chariots that could move swiftly across their open downs. In the late summer of 55 before Christ, after driving off Germanic groups and securing his position among the coastal Morini, he decided to mount an expedition, partly to forestall British aid to Gallic opponents, partly to gather intelligence, and partly, as his modern interpreters agree, to enhance his standing at Rome by claiming the first Roman landing on that distant shore. The port from which he sailed in that first attempt is not named in his own narrative, though later writers and modern scholars argue for a harbour on the coast of the Morini, somewhere along the low shores near present-day Boulogne, Vissant, or the now silted lagoons north of the Somme. He assembled a small fleet of transports, roughly 80 by later reckoning, sufficient to carry 2 legions, along with a number of warships. The vessels were mostly adapted from the coasting trade of Gaul, flat-bottomed enough to be beached on open strands, yet sturdy enough to endure the choppy waters. Late in the campaigning season, under the uncertain winds of northern summer, he set out, leaving cavalry transports to follow separately. The crossing itself met no great resistance, but as the ships approached the low, shelving beaches of Kent, the Britons appeared on the cliffs and slopes above, massed with chariots and infantry, ready to oppose any landing. Roman warships, whose draft was shallower, were brought in closer to the shore, and archers and artillery attempted to clear a space. Legionaries, weighed down by armour and shields, had to leap into water, wade toward land under missile fire, and form some kind of line amid the waves. Caesar relates that the standard bearer of the 10th Legion leapt ahead, calling upon his comrades to follow, an episode carefully chosen to exemplify initiative within discipline. The landing succeeded in the limited sense that the Britons were driven back from the immediate shoreline, but the expedition soon revealed its fragility. The cavalry transports, delayed by weather, failed to join the main fleet, depriving Caesar of mounted troops crucial for pursuit and reconnaissance. Worse, a violent storm struck while the ships lay beached or anchored, and many were badly damaged, their moorings broken, hulls stove in against one another, or grounded by receding tides. The Romans, unaccustomed to the extreme tidal range of the channel, had not drawn their vessels far enough up the strand, nor secured them with adequate care. Now they found themselves in an exposed camp, with limited supplies, damaged transport, and an enemy still able to harass foraging parties. Energetic repair work salvaged some ships, but the lack of cavalry, the season, and the precariousness of the position persuaded Caesar to make terms with local chiefs, accept hostages, and withdraw. From a strictly military perspective, the first British venture achieved little. From a propagandistic point of view, however, even a brief and troubled landing could be framed as a bold reconnaissance in force beyond the usual limits of Roman campaigning. Caesar resolved to return with greater preparation. Over the winter between 55 and 54, he ordered new ships to be built along the Channel coast, this time constructed with a broader beam and lower freeboard, better suited to beaching and loading horses. Gallic shipwrights familiar with Atlantic conditions contributed their experience. In midsummer of 54, he assembled a far larger armada at the port he now names Portus Itius, near the uplands of Cape Gris-Nez, though its exact location remains debated among modern scholars. Ancient and modern estimates agree that the fleet numbered several hundreds of vessels, enough to carry 5 legions and about 2,000 cavalry, along with supplies and equipment. Warships, triremes or biremes escorted the transports. Titus Labienus was left at the port to oversee the constant shuttling of grain and reinforcements, turning the harbour and its approaches into a logistical machine feeding the distant beachhead. When this huge mass of ships finally crossed, their line of sails and oars would have darkened the channel, an unprecedented sight for the Britons watching from the chalk cliffs. Overawed, they did not contest the landing, allowing Caesar to disembark his forces on a more suitable open shore, probably near modern Deal, and to establish a fortified camp without immediate interference. From this stronger base, he moved inland against the coalition led by Cassivellaunus, a leader from the region north of the Thames. British tactics relied heavily on their war chariots, vehicles with bladed wheels in some later depictions, though Caesar describes them primarily as mobile platforms from which warriors could throw javelins, dismount to fight, then remount to withdraw swiftly. On the open downs and fields, charioteers drove across Roman fronts, hurling missiles and seeking to disrupt formations. The legions, trained to maintain cohesion under such harassment, responded with controlled charges and the disciplined use of pila. When forced to cross the Thames at a defended ford, Caesar's troops advanced underwater against stakes driven into the riverbed, a reminder that Britons could shape their landscape defensively, just as Gauls did with dike and rampart. Cassivellaunus resorted to scorched earth tactics, instructing allies to burn grain and hide cattle, and to attack Roman foraging parties rather than offer pitched battle. Eventually, internal rivalries among British tribes gave Caesar an opening. Chieftains hostile to Cassivellaunus appealed to him, and under that pressure, the British leader sued for peace, giving hostages and agreeing to pay tribute. Caesar did not attempt to annex Britain as a province. With the campaigning season advancing and unrest in Gaul to consider, he returned to the continent, leaving behind an enhanced network of client kings and a more precise, if still fragmentary, knowledge of the island's geography and resources. The logistics of these channel expeditions merit close attention, for they reveal the limits and flexibilities of Roman power at sea in this period. Unlike later imperial fleets based in permanent ports, Caesar's armadas were largely assembled ad hoc, requisitioning merchant hulls and building new ones along the Gallic coast. Timber had to be cut, seasoned, and shaped into hulls and oars. Rope, sails, iron fittings, and nails were procured through contracts with artisans and traders. Grain for 5 legions and their animals consumed vast volumes of cargo space. The distance from Portus Itius to the Kentish coast was not great in miles, but strong tides and variable winds meant that ships could be scattered and that the timing of departures and landings had to be calculated carefully. Once ashore, Caesar's dependence on a line of communication over water imposed constant caution. Storms could damage transports, as they had in the first expedition, and any serious naval defeat or series of gales might have stranded his force. This vulnerability shaped his decisions, leading him to avoid overextension inland and to negotiate acceptable settlements rather than commit to long campaigns far from his maritime lifeline. In Roman imagination, however, the failures and contingencies tended to recede behind a more luminous image. To have crossed the Rhine on a man-made road and to have sailed to Britain and fought beyond the White Cliffs became part of the catalogue of Caesar's achievements. Senate decrees voted days of thanksgiving for these exploits, temples displayed paintings of his bridges and fleets, and poets folded the stories into wider narratives of Rome's expansion to the edges of the earth. Modern historians, examining the episodes with cooler eyes, see in them operations that were limited in strategic effect yet rich in symbolic value. The Rhine crossings did not permanently pacify Germania, nor did the British expeditions create enduring Roman rule on the island. What they did accomplish was to knit the edges of the known world more tightly into the mental and political geography of the Republic, to accustom Romans to the thought that ocean and river were not absolute boundaries, and to enlarge Caesar's personal claim to have gone where none of his peers had yet gone. From the point of view of his later struggle with Pompey, these journeys to the outer margins of the map strengthened his position in the only theatre that finally mattered to him, the inner arena of Roman opinion, where stories of bridges over savage rivers and fleets lining unknown coasts could be told and retold as evidence that his ambition matched, and perhaps exceeded, the size of the world as he and his contemporaries conceived it. In the later years of Caesar's Gallic command, the political framework that had once supported him began to come apart. The informer alliance with Pompey and Crassus, renewed at Lucca and underpinned by provincial commands and marriage ties, depended on a delicate balance of interests. That balance was first shaken when Julia, Caesar's daughter and Pompey's wife, died in childbirth in 54 before Christ, removing the familial bond that had helped restrain rivalry between the two men. Her ashes were carried to the Campus Martius, and the grief expressed by both households underlined how much this personal link had meant beyond mere calculation. The following year, Crassus marched east to Syria, seeking glory against Parthia and a military reputation to match those of his partners. At Carrhae he was defeated and killed, his armies scattered, his head sent as a macabre trophy. With his death, the three-cornered arrangement collapsed into a dyad, in which each surviving ally could now see the other less as a partner than as a potential rival for preeminence in the Republic. At Rome, the absence of both Caesar and Pompey from daily civic life contributed to a steady worsening of public order. The gangs of Publius Clodius Pulcher and Titus Annius Milo fought in the streets, using hired toughs, freedmen, and even gladiators to control voting assemblies and intimidate opponents. Elections were repeatedly disrupted, magistracies left vacant for months, and the ordinary rituals of civic life were overshadowed by fear of sudden violence. The confrontation reached a climax in 52 before Christ, when Clodius and Milo met by chance on the Appian Way, and their escorts clashed. Clodius was killed, his body carried back to the city by supporters, and his funeral turned into a riot in which the Senate House itself was burned. In response, the Senate, invoking its ultimate decree, empowered the Interrex and Pompey to restore order, and elections finally produced Pompey as consul without colleague, a rare and ominous concentration of office in a single man, which contemporaries saw as an attempt to avoid appointing him dictator, while still acknowledging his exceptional role. Pompey's sole consulship marked a turning point in his alignment. While he did not immediately break with Caesar, he began to legislate in ways that narrowed Caesar's room for maneuver. One of his laws reaffirmed and tightened the requirement that candidates for high office present themselves in person at Rome, thereby implicitly threatening Caesar's hope of standing for a second consulship while remaining in his province and retaining his legions. Another law regulated provincial commands, aiming to limit abuses, but also structuring succession in ways that could be turned against a general whose term of office was nearing its end. At the same time, Pompey married Cornelia, daughter of Metellus Scipio, aligning himself with a staunchly conservative senatorial family. These moves signalled to many observers that he was drifting toward the camp of Cato and the Optimates, those senators who had long regarded Caesar's popularity and extended command with suspicion. Caesar, still in Gaul, could read these signs only through letters, reports, and the tone of senatorial decrees, yet he understood that the partner who had once needed him now possessed independent power backed by urban troops and by growing influence over new magistrates. As Caesar's command in Gaul approached its originally scheduled termination, the question of his future became a central axis of Roman politics. He had acquired immense wealth, loyal legions, and unmatched military prestige, but he also faced the prospect of prosecution the moment he returned to the city as a private citizen. Several leading senators, including Cato, had not forgiven his methods as consul or his earlier prosecutions, and they saw in the end of his command an opportunity to call him to account for alleged illegalities and acts of violence. Caesar sought a legal path that would protect him. He wanted to stand for the consulship in absentia, as earlier agreements and some precedents seemed to allow, so that he could pass directly from proconsular imperium to a new magistracy without an interval of vulnerability. His demand was simple in form yet explosive in implication, for it would allow him to bring his Gallic glory and his active legions into the electoral contest as implicit support, something many senators regarded as intolerable. Debates in the Curia thus focused less on abstract law, and more on the underlying fear that a man so armed and so popular might use office to shield himself from all accountability. In these debates, Marcus Claudius Marcellus and the younger Gaius Marcellus, consuls of 51 and 50 respectively, played prominent roles, repeatedly pressing for Caesar's early recall without parallel action against Pompey. They argued that his Gallic command had effectively achieved its aims and that prolonging it posed dangers to the Republic. On the other side, the tribune Gaius Scribonius Curio, initially hostile to Caesar, but won over perhaps by political calculation and by Caesar's willingness to cover his debts, advanced a different proposal that both Caesar and Pompey should lay down their command simultaneously. This motion, when put to the vote in the Senate at the end of 50, reportedly received an overwhelming majority, hundreds of senators preferring symmetrical disarmament to a one-sided surrender. Yet the consuls and the small group of hardliners around them resisted implementing it, and the issue remained unresolved. The gap between formal resolutions and actual policy widened, as repeated attempts to send a successor to Gaul were blocked by tribunician vetoes, and each side began to compile its own legal arguments and public narratives in anticipation of a more serious breach. Caesar, writing later in his civil war, portrayed himself as the defender of tribunician rights and of the people's sovereignty against a clique determined to override both. Modern scholarship, examining his correspondence and the Senate's acts, notes that he repeatedly offered compromises that would preserve his dignitas while mitigating fear at Rome, yet also that he refused to contemplate any arrangement that left him exposed even briefly. He pointed to laws such as the earlier Lex Pompeia that had, in his view, guaranteed his right to stand for office in absentia, and he accused his opponents of trying to nullify such statutes retroactively. Pompey's position shifted over these months. At first, he seems to have accepted the idea of joint disarmament, but as pressure from conservative allies grew, and as he perhaps overestimated his ability to raise new forces quickly, he moved toward the stance that Caesar must dismiss his legions first, trusting the Senate and Pompey's good faith thereafter. Between these positions, neither side willing to step back unilaterally, the space for lawful compromise narrowed, like a river valley slowly choked by competing earthworks raised on either bank. The final descent into open breach came in the closing weeks of 50 and the first days of 49 before Christ. In early January, amid winter cold, the Senate met under pressure from the consuls and from Pompey, who now held command over troops in Italy and Spain. The question before them was no longer abstract but brutally concrete. Should Caesar be declared a public enemy if he did not lay down his command by a fixed date? According to later accounts, a majority still favoured Curio's earlier formula of simultaneous resignation, but the consuls refused to accept that path and refused to count the votes fully. Instead, they pushed for the issuing of a senatus consultum ultimum, the ultimate decree urging magistrates, and specifically Pompey, to see that the Republic took no harm. This decree, used in previous crises against internal threats, effectively authorised extraordinary measures, including the raising of troops within Italy. For Caesar, it was both a legal and a psychological line of demarcation, marking him as the target of state coercion if he chose obedience, and inviting him to frame resistance as self-defence. The tribunes of the plebs loyal to Caesar, notably Mark Antony and Quintus Cassius Longinus, responded by deploying their vetoes against motions hostile to him. When armed pressure made their presence in the city dangerous, they left Rome in disguise, slipping out to join Caesar at Ariminum, the Adriatic town that formed part of his Cisalpine base. In his own narrative, Caesar emphasises this flight, presenting the tribunes as representatives of the people driven from the city by a senatorial faction, and himself as the magistrate willing to protect them. Their arrival at his headquarters brought not only news of decrees and debates, but also the physical tokens of their office, the sacrosanct persons of officials whose rights had, in his telling, been trampled. The presence of these tribunes allowed him to claim that, in advancing with his legions, he was not attacking the lawful institutions of Rome, but responding to an appeal from those very institutions in exile. It was a subtle yet powerful reframing, replacing the image of rebellion with that of restoration, at least in the ears of his soldiers and supporters. Between Ariminum and the modest stream later named the Rubicon stretched a short distance of road. Yet in legal and symbolic terms it was the span between provincial command and civil war. The Rubicon, a small river in northern Italy, marks the boundary between Caesar's Cisalpine province and Italy proper, within which no proconsul was permitted to lead troops under arms. To cross it with legionaries in marching order was to commit an illegal act. However, it might be justified in rhetoric or necessity. The moment, later elaborated by Plutarch and Suetonius with stories of hesitation and decisive utterances, can be reconstructed in more prosaic terms. Wagons, pack animals, and cohorts of the 13th Legion stood ready. Officers discussed routes to the nearest towns, estimates to Pompeian strength and the reliability of local communities. Caesar weighed not only his personal fate, but that of the tens of thousands of men who had followed him from the Rhone to the Rhine and beyond, and who now faced the prospect of turning their swords away from foreign enemies toward fellow citizens. When he finally ordered the standards forward across the shallow winter water, the noise was not a single dramatic exclamation, but the steady splash of sandals, the creak of leather harness, and the muted clink of armour, as legality gave way to logistics and the long internal war of the Republic began. When Caesar ordered the standards of the 13th Legion across the small river that marked the boundary between his province and Italy, the civil war entered its first, almost bloodless phase. The winter landscape of northern Italy lay under low clouds, roads slick with rain, fields bare after harvest. Towns such as Ariminum, Pisorum, and Ancona opened their gates without resistance, their magistrates weighing the immediate presence of legions against distant decrees from Rome. In the capital, panic spread through the Senate as news arrived of each town lost, each cohort that defected to Caesar or surrendered without a fight. Pompey, reluctant at first to accept that Caesar would move so rapidly, soon recognized that he could not assemble sufficient forces in Italy from scattered recruits to oppose veteran legions moving along the great roads. The Senate, or at least the faction that followed him, decided upon a strategic withdrawal. Their aim was to evade battle in Italy, conserve the resources of the eastern provinces, and draw upon the fleets and treasuries there. Thus, while Caesar advanced southwards along the Via Flaminia and other routes, Pompey and many senators moved toward Capua and then to the Adriatic port of Brundisium, preparing ships for a transfer of the war to Greece. The Italian campaign that followed was striking not for great battles, but for its emphasis on speed, persuasion, and administrative control. Caesar marched quickly, yet he also issued proclamations promising clemency to towns that submitted and to individual senators who did not take up arms against him. He strictly forbade the looting of Italian communities, insisting that supplies be paid for whenever possible. This policy was not merely humane, it was strategic, aimed at presenting himself as the defender of Italian citizens against the chaos of continued civil strife. Grain from Sicily and Africa still flowed toward the ports of Italy, and Caesar understood that to interrupt these circuits of food and commerce would risk alienating the very populace whose goodwill he needed. He convened local councils, confirmed existing rights, and tried to demonstrate that the machinery of republican life could continue under his authority. Behind these gestures lay a careful calculation. If Italy remained largely peaceful and economically intact, the moral burden of having abandoned it would rest more heavily on Pompey and his senatorial allies. At Brundisium, the two strategies collided in stone walls and harbour chains. Pompey and the Senate gathered their forces in the city, loading troops, horses and supplies onto available ships. The harbour itself, deeply indented and protected by natural promontories, allowed fleets to shelter even in unsettled winter weather. Caesar arrived with insufficient ships to attempt an immediate crossing, and instead sought to trap Pompey within the port by ordering moles and breakwaters to be constructed, projecting from the shore toward the harbour mouth. Soldiers brought baskets of stones, timber and earth, extending artificial piers step by step into deeper water. From the walls, Pompeian troops watched this advance and countered with their own engineering, launching fire ships and building defensive towers at the heads of jetties. In the end, Pompey succeeded in evacuating a significant part of his army to Epirus, slipping out with many senators on board, while Caesar's works were still incomplete. When Caesar entered the city, he found not a defeated enemy but an emptied harbour. Italy, however, lay almost entirely in his hands. He used the respite to secure the state treasury in the Temple of Saturn, to arrange new elections where possible, and to consider where next to direct his legions in order to neutralize Pompey's forces abroad. He judged that the legions and commanders loyal to Pompey in Spain posed the most immediate structural threat. Ancient writers report him saying that he was going to fight an army without a leader in Spain, and then a leader without an army in the East, a phrase that, whether precisely his or not, captures his strategic thinking. The Spanish provinces, nearer than Greece and rich in troops and resources, anchored Pompey's position in the western half of the empire. If they could be swiftly taken, the balance of forces would tilt further in Caesar's favour. Leaving Italy under the supervision of trusted lieutenants, he marched through southern Gaul and across the Pyrenees, using passes and roads improved during earlier campaigns. In Spain, he faced legions commanded by Pompeian deputies such as Afranius and Petreius, men experienced in war and familiar with the terrain around the town of Ilerda. The confrontation there unfolded less as a series of pitched battles and more as a contest of engineering and supply, fought around river crossings and hills that dominated the region. The region of Ilerda, with its steep ridges and the broad flood-prone Segre River, imposed particular constraints on both sides. Caesar's initial attempts to cross and envelop the opposing forces were hampered by the swollen waters that cut his army's lines of communication and threatened to isolate detachments on the wrong bank. Bridges built from timber and boats were swept away, or had to be abandoned when enemy troops threatened them. In response, he ordered more substantial structures, with piles driven deep and anchored against the current, and he took care to secure upstream and downstream banks with fortifications. The combination of earthworks, ditches, and fortified camps gradually gave him control over key routes. At the same time, he targeted the supply situation of the Pompeian camp, disrupting foraging and seizing grain depots. As food grew scarce and hope of relief from elsewhere dwindled, Afranius and Petreius eventually agreed to surrender their forces on terms. Caesar required them to swear an oath not to bear arms again against him, but he allowed the rank and file to go, sparing their lives and further cultivating an image of clemency. By the time he returned to Italy, Spain was largely pacified under his authority, and Pompey had lost the Western army on which he had relied. While Caesar campaigned in Spain, the Greek city of Massilia had chosen to side with Pompey, closing its gates to Caesar and admitting his enemies. Located on a strong natural harbour with solid walls and a long history as a trading port, Massilia required a combination of naval and land operations to subdue. Caesar left siege works and naval forces under his lieutenants, including Decimus Brutus, who commanded a fleet of hastily built warships. The naval battles in the bay, where Roman rams crashed into Massiliot hulls and boarding parties fought across narrow planks, illustrated the importance of maritime logistics in this phase of the war. Eventually, after a protracted blockade and assaults with towers and rams, the city surrendered. Caesar treated it leniently, sparing its autonomy while dismantling its power to influence wider politics. This episode, though peripheral to the main lines of the Civil War, shows how local choices about loyalty were embedded within broader networks of supply, communication, and prestige along the Mediterranean coast. Having secured Italy, Spain, and the western sea routes, Caesar turned back toward the Adriatic, where Pompey and the senatorial forces had gathered in Epirus, centred around the port of Dyrrhachium. The difficulty now lay in transporting an army across water in the face of enemy naval superiority. Pompey's fleet, drawn from eastern allies and commanded by capable officers, patrolled the straits between Brundisium and the opposite shore. In the winter and early spring that followed, Caesar assembled whatever ships he could, many of them older or smaller vessels not ideally suited for mass transport, and chose a narrow window of unfavourable weather when he hoped Pompey's patrols would be lax. He succeeded in ferrying a portion of his forces across, landing them near the coast of Epirus. However, this first crossing left Mark Antony with the remaining legion still in Italy, unable to join him immediately. For a time, Caesar's army in Greece faced the risk of being encircled between the sea, the mountains, Pompey's numerically superior troops. Only later, through further hazardous sailings, did Antony manage to bring the rest of the legions over, reuniting the Procaeusarian forces on the eastern shore. The operations around Dyrrhachium became a prolonged contest of encirclement and supply lines. Pompey held the city and its nearby harbours, which allowed him access to grain and goods brought by sea from Thessaly and the east. Caesar, unable to break this advantage directly, attempted to cut him off by building his own extensive lines of fortification. Over a wide arc inland from the coast, Caesar's soldiers dug ditches, raised ramparts, and constructed redoubts on ridges and hills. Pompey responded with his own counterworks, creating a double system of fortifications in which each army faced the other from behind earth and timber barriers. Within Caesar's camp, shortages of grain and forage grew acute, especially as the local countryside had been stripped or controlled by Pompeian detachments. Soldiers consumed meat from their own pack animals, and sickness appeared. The stalemate ended only when Pompey launched a concentrated assault on a weaker segment of Caesar's line. His troops broke through, inflicted losses, and captured part of the fieldworks. Caesar organised an orderly retreat inland, avoiding complete disaster, but acknowledging in his later account that Dyrrhachium had been a setback. The war, however, was not decided by one check on the Adriatic coast. Both armies now moved into Thessaly, a region of plains and low hills where a decisive engagement became more likely. Cities along the way weighed which side to support, considering past alliances and immediate pressures. Pompey's forces included many senatorial nobles, contingents from eastern kingdoms, and a large cavalry force composed of Roman knights and allied horsemen. Caesar's army, though smaller in overall numbers, consisted largely of battle-hardened legions that had followed him through Gaul and earlier stages of the civil war. The two sides finally drew up opposite each other on the plain near Pharsalus. Exact figures for the forces present vary among ancient authors, and modern historians caution against taking any single total as certain. What is clear is that Pompey had a significant advantage in cavalry deployed on his left wing, while Caesar's strength lay in the discipline and cohesion of his infantry. On the day of battle, Caesar formed his legions in the traditional three lines, but he also kept a special reserve of cohorts behind his own right wing, where they could counter the expected cavalry thrust. Signals were given, trumpets sounded, and the long-prepared units began their advance across the dusty field. As the lines closed, Pompey's cavalry advanced confidently, driving back Caesar's horsemen on the flank. This was the critical moment Caesar had anticipated. He ordered the reserve cohorts, previously held slightly back and instructed to keep their spears ready, to wheel and charge obliquely against the exposed side of the attacking cavalry. The infantrymen, aiming their pila not at horses, but at the faces and flanks of the riders, created a shock that the cavalry, unsuited to such close-range missiles, could not withstand. The mounted troops broke and fled, leaving Pompey's left wing exposed. Caesar's right then pressed inward, while his centre held firm against the opposing line. Gradually the Pompeian infantry, deprived of cavalry support and facing veterans whose cohesion did not break, began to give way. The rout, once begun, was difficult to check. Many of Pompey's soldiers threw down their shields and fled toward their camp or the nearby river. Caesar's own account emphasizes that he tried to restrain his men from unnecessary slaughter, and that he later extended clemency to many captured nobles, allowing some to live and even to resume public life after swearing loyalty. Whatever the precise balance between mercy and necessity, Pharsalus destroyed the main army opposing Caesar in the east and forced Pompey himself to flee the field. Pompey's flight carried him southward to the coast and then by ship to Egypt, where he hoped that the court of the young king Ptolemy, indebted to him for earlier support, would offer refuge. The Nile Delta at this time was a dense web of channels, villages and estates, ruled from Alexandria by a royal house divided by internal strife between Ptolemy and his sister Cleopatra. Advisors around the king feared that harbouring Pompey would entangle them in Caesar's wrath. When Pompey's ship arrived near Pelusium, a small boat was sent out bearing Egyptian officers and a Roman centurion. they invited him to come ashore, ostensibly in friendship. As he disembarked, they murdered him, leaving his body on the beach. When Caesar reached Egypt shortly afterwards, bringing a small but tough force and following closely upon Pompey's route, he was presented with his rival's severed head and signet ring. According to ancient accounts, he turned away in visible distress, rejecting the crude attempt to please him. Politically, however, Pompey's death removed the only figure who might have rallied a unified senatorial resistance abroad. What remained were scattered commanders and factions, lacking the unique combination of prestige and command experience that Pompey had possessed. Caesar's arrival in Alexandria drew him at once into the complex struggle within the Ptolemaic dynasty. He declared his intention to arbitrate between Ptolemy and Cleopatra, summoning both to present their claims. Cleopatra famously contrived to enter the palace secretly, winning his support. This alliance embroiled Caesar in what has become known as the Alexandrian War, a difficult urban and naval conflict. Alexandria, with its narrow streets, strong walls, and harbours filled with ships, offered many advantages to defenders familiar with its layout. Caesar's contingent, though composed of veterans, was relatively small compared to the mass of local forces. Fighting broke out in and around the royal quarter, on quays, in courtyards, and along canals. At one point, to prevent enemy forces from seizing his ships, Caesar ordered part of the fleet to be burned, a fire that some later writers associated, perhaps too eagerly, with damage to collections of scrolls housed near the docks. The precise extent of any destruction to libraries remains debated, but the flames testify to the risks he accepted in order to maintain control over the sea approaches. Eventually, reinforcements from allied troops in the region allowed him to defeat the forces loyal to Ptolemy, who perished, and to install Cleopatra and a younger brother as rulers under Roman patronage. No sooner had he stabilized Egypt than news reached him of another threat in Asia Minor. Pharnaces, son of the former enemy king Mithridates, had taken advantage of the distraction of civil war to recover parts of Pontus and Armenia Minor. Caesar marched rapidly northward through Syria and Cilicia, covering long distances with a small mobile force, and confronted Pharnaces near the town of Zela. The battle there, though relatively brief, saw a vigorous Roman attack up a slope, catching Pharnaces' troops before they could fully deploy. The opposing army broke, and the campaign ended with striking speed. Later tradition attributes to Caesar a famous three-part message to the Senate, stating that he had come, seen and conquered, a compressed summary of the efficiency with which he had dealt with this eastern disturbance. Whatever the exact wording he used, the episode illustrates his ability to shift theatres rapidly, conducting short, sharp campaigns to prevent peripheral threats from coalescing into serious dangers while the main civil conflict still awaited resolution in Africa and Spain. In North Africa, the remnants of the senatorial and Pompeian cause had gathered around leaders such as Metellus Scipio, Cato the Younger, and King Juba of Numidia. The African coast, with its fertile fields and well-provisioned cities like Utica and Hadrumetum, offered them grain, cavalry, and a defensible base. Caesar crossed from Sicily to the African shore with experienced legions, but initially fewer cavalry and supplies than his enemies. The campaign culminated near the town of Thapsus. There, the Pompeian and Numidian forces deployed war elephants in front of their line, intending to disrupt Caesar's infantry. He arranged his troops in deeper formations, posted archers and light troops to target the animals, and instructed his men to stand firm. When the elephants charged, Roman soldiers blew trumpets and hurled javelins, frightening the beasts and causing some to turn back into their own ranks. The resulting disorder in the opposing line allowed Caesar's legions to press forward and break it. After the battle, many of the leaders attempted to flee. Cato, who had remained in Utica as a kind of moral centre of the resistance, chose to take his own life rather than submit, an act later idolised by authors who saw in it a final gesture of republican virtue. Even after Thapsus, pockets of resistance endured, particularly in Hispania, where Pompey's sons Gnaeus and Sextus, together with other veterans of the earlier armies, gathered forces. Caesar, unwilling to leave any potential rallying point untouched, marched once more to Spain for what would be his last major campaign in the west. The region near Munda, with its rolling hills and olive groves, saw a hard-fought battle in which Caesar's veterans faced desperate opponents who knew that defeat meant the end of their cause. Ancient accounts suggest that at one point Caesar himself had to ride among his front ranks, rallying men who faltered under pressure. In the end, his forces prevailed, and many Pompeian leaders were killed or captured. The victory at Munda did not add new provinces to the Roman world, as his Gallic conquest had done, but it eliminated the last significant organised military opposition to his rule. From the crossing of the small Italian river to the dusty fields of Spain, the Great Civil War had unfolded as a series of marches, sieges, and battles, each linked by roads, supply chains, and political calculations, until the Republic found itself no longer balanced between competing leaders, but subject to the dominance of one man whose armies had carried him across every theatre of conflict the Mediterranean world could offer. When the last resistance in Spain had been broken, and the fields near Munda were quiet again, Caesar stood at a point that no Roman before him had occupied. His rivals in arms were dead, exiled, or scattered. Pompey lay murdered on an Egyptian shore, Cato had chosen death at Utica, and the remnants of senatorial armies in Africa and Spain had dissolved after Thapsus and Munda. In formal terms, he now possessed an accumulation of offices and honours that defied older categories. He had already been dictator several times, first for only a few days in the turbulent year when he returned from Gaul, again for longer terms as the Civil War unfolded, and in the wake of his final victories, he was made dictator for 10 years, then dictator in perpetuity. Yet ancient writers are clear that titles alone did not explain his authority. His real power rested on legions bound to him by long service, on wealth acquired through conquest, and on the fact that there was now no other general in the Roman world who could match his record in the field. The Republic's institutions still stood, but they stood now within the orbit of a single man. Before he set about systematic reform, Caesar and the Senate staged a series of triumphs that both celebrated and advertised the new order. In the late 40s before Christ, he enjoyed multiple triumphal processions, marking victories in Gaul, Egypt, Pontus, and Africa. Each procession followed the traditional route from the Campus Martius through the Circus Flaminius and the Forum to the Capitol, yet the scale and variety of the spoils exceeded earlier examples. Wagons laden with captured arms, statues, and gold plates rattled over the paving stones. Painted panels showed scenes from Elysia, from the Nile Delta, from the defeat of Pharnaces, summed up in the terse boast that he had come, seen, and conquered. Chains clanked on the wrists of captives led before the chariot, while musicians, incense-bearers, and soldiers in laurel crowns filled the streets. Temporary stands were erected, awnings stretched, and the entire city became a theatre in which Caesar's past campaigns were replayed as moving images for a Roman audience. The triumphs were thus not mere rewards, they were an introduction to the new phase of his rule, anchoring his future authority in a vivid display of what he had already accomplished. In the years that followed, the dictatorship itself was reshaped. Under the early Republic, a dictator had been an emergency magistrate appointed for a strictly limited term, usually 6 months, to deal with specific crises. Sulla, after his civil war, had stretched the office into something more like a prolonged constituent authority. Caesar at first accepted the title in the older style, for brief periods to hold elections or manage war, but after his victories in Africa and Spain, the Senate decreed a 10-year dictatorship, and early in the year 44 before Chris, he was hailed as dictator in perpetuity. This last formulation, without a time limit or colleague, pushed the institution beyond its republican frame. It freed him from the need for annual reappointment and from many procedural constraints, placing the machinery of state, in law as well as in fact, under the continuous guidance of a single will. Modern historians emphasize that even then, the dictatorship was only one among several channels of his power, but it provided a constitutional skin for a reality shaped by arms and by the acquiescence of a Senate that had few alternatives. With formal authority secure, Caesar turned to a wide range of practical reforms. One cluster concerned the governing class itself. He expanded the Senate from roughly 600 to about 900 members, enrolling new men from the Italian municipalities and even from provincial elites in Gaul and Spain. This enlargement helped fill gaps left by civil war casualties, but it also diluted the influence of the old aristocratic families, surrounding them with colleagues whose rank depended on his favour. He increased the number of magistrates, creating more praetors and quaestors so that the growing empire could be administered with a larger cadre of office holders. He revised the roles of citizens and promoted communities in Cisalpine Gaul and Spain to full civic status, drawing them more tightly into the Roman political body. In doing so, he extended the benefits of citizenship that earlier generations had guarded jealously, but he also ensured that many of those who now possessed voting rights and access to office owed that advancement directly to him. The governing order became both broader and more dependent. Economic and social measures accompanied these structural changes. The long years of war had left many debtors in distress, yet Caesar refused to cancel obligations outright, aware that a complete annulment would destroy credit and alienate wealthy lenders. Instead, he ordered that interest already paid should be deducted from the principal, and that property surrendered in payment should be valued at pre-war levels, easing the burden without overturning the system. He reduced, though did not abolish, the grain distributions that had long supplied large numbers of urban poor, seeking to curb dependence on the dole while still preventing hunger. A vast program of colonization aimed to relieve pressure in Italy and to reward veterans. Caesar founded or refounded settlements at Carthage, Corinth, and in numerous sites in Gaul and Spain, arranging for land to be surveyed, divided into regular plots, and assigned to soldiers and poor citizens. Surveyors stretched measuring chains over distant fields, set boundary stones, and inscribed land registers that fixed in writing the transformation of conquered territory into structured Roman communities. Through these measures, economic life acquired new channels, while the human map of the Mediterranean shifted as Italians and provincials were redistributed across an increasingly integrated imperial space. Among all his reforms, none would have consequences as enduring as the reorganization of time. The old republican calendar, a complex lunar-solar system managed by the pontifices through periodic insertion of extra months, had drifted badly out of alignment with the seasons. Political manipulation and neglect had produced a situation in which the nominal dates of festivals and magistracies no longer matched the solar year. Drawing on knowledge from Greek astronomy and from Egyptian practice, and almost certainly relying on the advice of specialists such as Sosigenes of Alexandria, Caesar introduced a new system. The Julian year was fixed at 365 days, with an extra day added every fourth year to account for the quarter day, producing what later ages would call leap years. To correct the accumulated error, the year that we reckon as 46 before Christ was extended by the insertion of additional days, creating what ancient writers called the Year of Confusion. Thereafter, months were given their familiar lengths, and days marched forward in a steady solar rhythm. Official lists of days, the fasti, were re-engraved and posted, and priests, magistrates, and farmers alike adjusted their calculations. Through this reform, Caesar placed his stamp not only on Roman administration, but on the very structuring of time, in a system that governed European calendars for many centuries. In the city itself, he pursued an ambitious building program that altered the appearance of the Forum and its surroundings. The old Senate house had burned during earlier tumults, and Caesar began the construction of a new one, the Curia Julia, oriented and proportioned to align with his own Forum complex. He laid out the Forum Iulium to the north of the old civic centre, with a temple to Venus Genetrix, the ancestress claimed by the Julian line, and at its far end. Marble, travertine and brick were combined in facades of columns and entablatures that announced both continuity and innovation. The Basilica Julia rose along one side of the old Forum, replacing the earlier Basilica Sempronia with a grander hall for law courts and business, its interior divided by rows of columns, and its floors paved in patterned stone. Plans were made to reorganize the voting enclosure, the septa, and to divert the Tiber slightly, in order to reduce flooding and make room for further monumental structures on the Campus Martius. Each project required teams of architects, slaves, and free labourers, the constant movement of stone from quarries along the Tiber and beyond, and elaborate contracts with entrepreneurs who supplied timber, lime, and metal fittings. Through architecture, Caesar inscribed his name into the very fabric of the city, so that daily business unfolded beneath roofs and along colonnades that bore silent witness to his preeminence. Interwoven with these material measures was a policy that ancient writers summarized under the phrase Clementia Caesaris, the clemency of Caesar. From the early phases of the civil war, he had made a point of sparing defeated Roman opponents, inviting them back into public life rather than proscribing them. Senators who had fought at Pharsalus or Thapsus found themselves pardoned, restored to their seats, and in some cases entrusted again with commands. Cicero, who had hesitated and sometimes opposed him, was allowed to return and to speak openly in the Senate. In public spaces, statues were erected, representing clemency almost as a divine companion of Caesar, and coins bore legends that associated his name with the virtue. Modern interpreters debate the meaning of this leniency. Some see in it a genuine preference for reconciliation, a desire to heal the wounds of civil war. Others, noting how mercy flowed from a position of overwhelming superiority, understand it as an instrument of domination, a way of binding former enemies in personal gratitude while reminding them that their lives and dignities now depended on his favour. Both readings need not exclude each other. In the tightly knit aristocratic world of the late Republic, the acceptance of pardon could feel like both a relief and a quiet humiliation. As honours accumulated, the tension between republican forms and monarchical appearances sharpened. The Senate decreed that Caesar's statue should stand among those of the ancient kings in the Forum, that he should have a golden chair in the Senate House, and the right to wear triumphal dress at festivals. Temples and altars were dedicated to his genius, and priests were appointed for his cult. For the first time in Roman history, coins in general circulation bore the portrait of a living citizen, with the legend that named him as Dictator Perpetuo. These developments affronted deeply rooted Roman aversion to kingship, an aversion nurtured by centuries of stories about the expulsion of the Tarquins. At the same time, Caesar prepared for a vast eastern campaign, a punitive and perhaps conquering war against Parthia and against Dacian powers along the Danube. 16 legions and many thousands of cavalry were being gathered, and senatorial and magistrate lists for the coming years were effectively settled in advance, so that government could continue in his absence under men of his choosing. For supporters, these plans promised new glory and further expansion of Roman power. For many senators, they suggested that the brief opportunity to influence events within Italy might soon vanish entirely beneath the shadow of a general whose command would then stretch from the Atlantic to the Euphrates. It was in this charged atmosphere, with monuments rising in the Forum, calendar regulated, colonies planted, honours multiplying and a great army being readied for departure, that a group of senators began to whisper of restoring liberty by a single, irreversible act, drawing a dark line under the final phase of Caesar's life. In the final months of his life, Caesar moved through a city whose surface order concealed growing unease. He had accepted the title of dictator in perpetuity. His image had entered the coinage of everyday transactions, and statues of him stood among those of the ancient kings. At the festival of Lupercalia in mid-February, Mark Antony, stripped for the ritual race, mounted the rostra and offered him a diadem wound with laurel, a clear emblem of monarchy. Caesar publicly pushed it away, and when Antony pressed it on him again, he again refused, finally sending it to the temple of Jupiter as an offering. The crowd, so the sources tell us, applauded his refusal more than Antony's offer, yet the whole scene suggested that the question of kingship was no longer confined to whispered talk. Cleopatra was still in Rome, lodged across the Tiber with her own young son, and some Romans linked the diadem's Near Eastern associations to her presence. For senators who traced the Republic's freedom back to the expulsion of the Tarquins, The combination of lifelong dictatorship, royal insignia, and foreign queen seemed to foreshadow a change that would end their traditional role. In this atmosphere, a conspiracy took shape that combined high principle with personal resentment. Ancient writers speak of perhaps 60 or more senators sworn to the plot, though they differ on the exact number and on the balance of motives. At its core stood Gaius Cassius Longinus, a seasoned soldier distrustful of Caesar's concentration of power, and Marcus Junius Brutus, celebrated for his ancestral link to the Brutus who had once driven out Rome's kings. Decimus Brutus, a trusted lieutenant whom Caesar had recently honoured with high command, joined them, as did Trebonius, Cimber, Casca, and many others. Some were offended by their exclusion from the inner circle of honours, some feared that the expansion of the Senate with new men weakened the old aristocracy. Others genuinely believed that they were acting to preserve liberty. They met not in mass assemblies but in small groups, in houses, porticos and gardens, where the questions to be decided were practical: where to strike, how to separate Caesar from his bodyguard, and whether to include Antony and Lepidus, or to leave them outside the plot. As the day they had chosen approached, reports of omens and warnings multiplied. A soothsayer named Spurinna had already cautioned Caesar that great danger threatened him on the Ides of March, the 15th day of the month according to the Roman reckoning. On the night before, Calpurnia is said to have woken from vivid dreams in which she held her husband's bleeding body in her arms, or saw the pediment of their house collapse, or watched his statue streaming with blood. She begged him in the early morning not to leave their home, arguing that prodigies and portents signalled the coming death of great men. Priests performing a sacrifice reported that the victim lacked a heart, a sign the cautious interpreted as a divine prohibition. Caesar wavered, and for a time resolved to send a message postponing the Senate meeting. But Decimus Brutus arrived, mocked the idea that a statesman of his rank should give way to dreams and omens, and hinted that absenting himself would look like fear. Persuaded, or perhaps shamed, Caesar changed his mind, put on his senatorial dress with the broad purple border, and set out. The place where he was to die lay not in the old Forum, but in the complex raised by Pompey on the Campus Martius, the theatre of Pompey with its curving cavea of stone seats, its colonnaded gardens, and, at one end of the portico, the curia or meeting hall. The original Senate house in the Forum had been destroyed by fire some years earlier, and sessions were now held in various temples or halls that met the formal requirements. On this day, the curia of Pompey had been chosen. It was a rectangular chamber with a raised platform at one end for magistrates, benches along the walls for senators, and, looming behind the presiding chair, a statue of Pompey himself, the former triumvir and rival whom Caesar had defeated at Pharsalus. Outside, under the porticos, Decimus Brutus's gladiators waited in reserve, ready to intervene if needed, yet inconspicuous amid the bustle of clients and petitioners drawn by the games that day. The spatial arrangement thus placed Caesar in a building inscribed with Pompey's name, surrounded by supposed colleagues who had in fact resolved to end his life beneath the stone likeness of his great adversary. Accounts of the killing itself, preserved in Suetonius, Plutarch, Appian, and Cassius Dio, differ in details but agree on the core sequence. As Caesar took his seat, conspirators gathered about him on the pretext of presenting a petition. Tullius Cimber is said to have grasped his toga, pulling it from his shoulders. At that signal, Casca struck the first blow from behind, wounding but not killing him. Caesar turned, cried out against the violence, and then, as knives flashed from many hands, received further wounds. The sources reckon roughly 23 stabs, though not all were deep, and a physician later judged that only one had been instantly fatal. Over his words at the end, however, our evidence falters. Suetonius reports that some claimed he said to Brutus, in Greek, a phrase meaning "you also, my child," yet he himself inclines to the view that Caesar said nothing beyond a groan as he covered his head with his toga and fell at the base of Pompey's statue. The more famous Latin line familiar to modern ears belongs to later drama, not to the ancient historians. Once the deed was done, the curia emptied in confusion. The conspirators, their arms still smeared with blood, stepped out into the open air and moved toward the Forum, calling out that Rome was free, inviting citizens to recognize in this sudden violence a restoration of the old liberty. Many senators and onlookers, however, fled to their houses or to secure buildings, uncertain whether further killings would follow, or whether Caesar's veterans in the city would react. Mark Antony, who had been deliberately kept outside the Curia by Trebinius while the attack took place, escaped in fear for his life, while Lepidus moved troops into readiness. Rumours spread rapidly, telling of gladiators invading the Senate, of Caesar's supporters plundering the city, of general massacre. The conspirators had planned a single targeted killing, not a wider purge, and they had given little thought to how they might convert this theatrical moment into a stable regime. In the hours after the assassination, Rome was not so much liberated as stunned, waiting to see which group would first manage to impose a coherent story on what had happened. In the days that followed, a fragile compromise emerged. Antony convened the Senate and proposed that there should be no formal punishment for the assassins, but that all of Caesar's acts and appointments should remain valid. This arrangement suited many interests. It spared the conspirators immediate prosecution, it reassured office holders and provincial governors that their positions were secure, and it allowed Antony, as surviving consul, to present himself as mediator rather than avenger. Yet beneath this temporary calm lay unresolved tensions. The city still had to stage a funeral for its murdered dictator, and funerals in Rome were not mere private rites but public performances in which relics, speeches and crowds could easily ignite emotion. Caesar's body prepared and laid out would not simply pass quietly to a pyre outside the walls. It would become the focal point of contesting interpretations, a lifeless centre about which the living struggled. The funeral took place a few days later in the Forum itself, the civic heart that had not been chosen for his death but now received his corpse. From ancient summaries, we know that Antony, in his capacity as consul and fellow office holder, delivered the eulogy. The exact words are lost, but their effect was recorded with some consistency. Antony reminded the assembled crowd of Caesar's victories, his generosity, and his refusal of royal titles, then contrasted these merits with the brutal manner of his death. A wax effigy, raised and turned on a mechanical device, displayed to the people the locations of the stab wounds that the shrouded body itself could not reveal, making visible the repeated blows and the vulnerability of a man whom many had regarded as inviolable. The sight provoked anger and grief. The planned funeral pyre outside the city was abandoned as the crowd piled benches and timbers in the Forum and burned the body there, near the spot where a temple would later rise. Houses of some conspirators were attacked, and several fled Rome entirely. The hope of a calm restoration of senatorial rule died amid the heat and smoke of that improvised cremation. Soon afterwards, Caesar's will was opened and read. He had deposited it with the Vestal Virgins, a traditional safeguard. Its provisions combined personal and political calculations. To each Roman citizen, he left a gift of 300 sesterces, a substantial sum that gave tangible form to his reputation for generosity and turned the urban plebs into direct beneficiaries of his estate. He bequeathed his gardens across the Tiber to the people for their use, creating a public pleasure ground that would carry his name. Most consequentially of all, he adopted his great-nephew Gaius Octavius as his son and principal heir, conferring upon the young man not only wealth, but the Julian name and, by extension, the network of clients, veterans, and allies who had attached themselves to Caesar. Some of the conspirators themselves appeared among the secondary heirs and guardians mentioned in the document, a grim irony that later writers did not fail to note. If they had hoped to erase his presence, the will ensured that it would linger in the very structure of Roman society. In the months that followed, signs in the sky were drawn into the evolving story of his posthumous status. During funeral games held in his honour, a bright comet was seen in the daytime, visible for several days, appearing near the setting sun. Many Romans took it as proof that Caesar's soul had ascended to the heavens. Poets later spoke of the star of Julius gladdening the fields, and Ovid imagined Venus carrying his spirit upward until it took its place among the constellations. The comet, known as the Julian star, soon appeared on coins above portraits of the deified Caesar and became a symbol deployed especially by Octavian as he fashioned himself as son of a god. A few years later, at the instigation of the Second Triumvirate, the Senate formally decreed Caesar's deification, and the Temple of the Divine Julius was built on the eastern side of the Forum, on the site of his cremation. Its podium, with a rostra in front, allowed later orators to speak literally from the base of the shrine of the new god, joining political speech to cultic space. Thus, the end of Caesar's mortal life unfolded not in a single moment of steel in the Curia, but in a sequence of scenes that extended from the whispered meetings of conspirators to the violent spectacle of the funeral, from the reading of the will to the appearance of a comet and the building of a temple. The senators who drew knives on the Ides of March hoped, in many cases, to restore an older pattern of politics in which no single man overshadowed the Republic. Yet by failing to control the aftermath, by underestimating the attachment of soldiers and citizens to the murdered dictator, and by ignoring the power of funerals, legacies, and celestial signs to shape memory, they opened the way for a new form of rule. Caesar himself did not live to see the principate that would bear his name in altered form, yet through his death, his heir, and his deification, the name Caesar began its gradual change from a personal designation into a title of sovereignty, carried by others who would claim both his ancestry and his star. After the pyre in the Forum had cooled and the ashes of Caesar had been gathered, his presence did not vanish with the smoke. It began instead to reorganize itself in stone, metal, and ritual. Within a few years, the Senate, under pressure from the new triumvirs, decreed his formal deification, enrolling him among the gods as Divus Julius. On the eastern edge of the Forum, over the spot where his body had been burned, and where Antony had displayed the wax effigy, a temple was planned. Augustus, as Octavian was now styling himself, completed and dedicated this Ides Divi Iuli in the year that followed his victory at Actium, integrating it into his wider rebuilding of the Forum. The podium, still partly visible today as rough concrete and tufa under later sheltering roofs, once carried a marble-faced facade, a frontal colonnade, and, within, a cult statue of Caesar either enthroned or standing in military dress. The altar at its base received offerings, and during public festivals, the rostra built into the podium allowed magistrates to address the people with the image of the new god behind them, binding political speech and divine patronage together. Around this temple, Augustus constructed an entire ideological landscape. On coins, he called himself Divi Filius, son of the deified one, a title that appeared beside his own profile, and on reverses, showing the comet that had blazed during Caesar's funeral games, the Sidus Iulium, now reinterpreted as the sign of his father's apotheosis. In the Res Gestae, his great inscription of achievements, Augustus claimed credit for completing the temple, but he also took care to distance himself from the suspicion of tyranny that had clung to Caesar's last months. Modern studies of Augustan propaganda underline the delicacy of this balance. On the one hand, Caesar's divinity elevated Augustus by association, giving him a quasi-sacred lineage that no rival could match. On the other hand, the memory of Caesar's fate warned against overt claims to monarchy. Augustus cultivated an image of restored republic and modest first citizen, even as he stood at the centre of a cult that daily acknowledged his adoptive father as a god whose blood, in a legal if not physiological sense, flowed in his veins. Over the next generations, the name Caesar itself began to slide from individual designation towards something like a title. Augustus wove it into his official style as Imperator Caesar Divi Filius Augustus, combining the inherited family name with the new honorific that the Senate had granted him. His successors adopted the same pattern, taking Caesar as an element in their imperial nomenclature, even when they were not direct descendants of Julius. By the time of the 1st and 2nd centuries after Christ, inscriptions and coins could speak of the emperor simply as Caesar, while junior heirs often bore the name Caesar as a mark of designated succession, contrasted with Augustus for the reigning princeps. Under the later tetrarchy, this distinction hardened into a formal hierarchy, with 2 Augusti and 2 Caesares ruling different zones of the empire. Long after the last member of the Julian house was gone, the sound of the name continued to signal imperial authority. In Greek, it became Kaiser. In later languages, it would echo as Tsar and Kaiser, a reminder that a single Roman family name had become, through repeated use, a template for sovereignty itself. Within Rome, the cult of Divus Julius took its place among the other nodes of imperial worship that patterned the city. Sacrifices were offered on his birthday and on the anniversary of his death, now recoded as his passage to divinity. The temple's facade, decorated with reliefs and inscriptions, faced the older Republican monuments across the Forum, making visible the new ordering of time and memory. In provincial cities, altars and temples to the deified Caesar appeared alongside those to Augustus and later emperors, especially in the eastern Mediterranean, where ruler cult had long precedence. Priests of Divus Julius tended his rites, their titles inscribed on stone. In this way, Caesar's memory was not left to the fragile thread of stories alone. It was embedded in civic calendars, priestly colleges, and the daily routines of sacrifice binding far-flung communities to Rome through shared ceremonies. Yet Roman authors were never entirely comfortable with this innovation. Some emphasized the cosmic portent of the comet and the formal senatorial decree. Others preserved the unease that came from treating a recently murdered politician as a god, an unease that flickers in the careful language of poets and historians alike. Literary images of Caesar evolved with each generation. In the age of Augustus, Virgil and Ovid presented him within grand mythic frameworks as a descendant of Venus whose spirit rose to the stars, leaving his heir to rule a pacified earth. Later historians were more ambiguous. Velleius Paterculus, writing under Tiberius, praised him as a brilliant general whose energy saved the state from internal decay. Tacitus, looking back from the early 2nd century, treated him as the origin point of a disguised monarchy, a figure whose victory over the senatorial order made later emperors possible. Suetonius arranged his life as a sequence of characteristic traits, alternating anecdotes of generosity with examples of ambition and cruelty, while Plutarch, writing for a Greek audience, juxtaposed Caesar with Alexander, drawing moral comparisons between their careers. Each author wrote under a different emperor, and modern scholarship has shown how their portraits of Caesar often mirror the virtues or vices they perceived in their own rulers. To praise his clemency under a gentle princeps was one thing, to emphasize his tyranny under a harsher regime was another. Caesar thus became a mirror in which later Romans examined their own political present. Beyond antiquity, his figure continued to move through the imagination of Europe. Medieval chroniclers, inheriting Latin texts and Christian frameworks, often placed Julius Caesar within universal histories that ran from creation to their own day. He appeared as one of the 9 worthies, a roster of exemplary heroes that included biblical, classical, and medieval figures, valued for courage and worldly success rather than for Christian piety. In illuminated manuscripts, his image was copied, sometimes in contemporary armour, sometimes in anachronistic robes. Schoolboys in cathedral towns laboured over abridged versions of his commentaries, learning Latin syntax from the same sentences in which he had once described the crossing of rivers and the laying out of camps. For many of these readers, Caesar was not primarily the destroyer of the Roman Republic, but a paradigmatic conqueror and wise ruler, whose actions were filtered through moralizing glosses and allegories. The brutalities of Avaricum, or the prescriptions of civil war, receded behind abstractions about fortune, virtue, and the instability of earthly power. The Renaissance recovered fuller knowledge of his life and writings. Humanists hunting manuscripts brought to light more complete texts of Caesar's commentaries and of the historians who had described him, and printers multiplied these editions. Statesmen and generals in Italian city-states and beyond read him both as a stylist and as a strategist. His concise prose with its controlled third-person narration became a model for Latin composition, while his campaigns in Gaul and the Civil War provided material for reflection on leadership, discipline, and the management of allies. Political thinkers such as Machiavelli treated his career as a case study in the tensions between Republican prince, liberty, and necessity. On stage, dramatists eventually transformed him into a character whose death could be used to explore themes of tyranny, conspiracy, and the fate of idealists in a world of power. Modern scholarship reminds us that these plays, though based on ancient sources, reshape the story for their own audiences, emphasizing questions of conscience and rhetoric that mattered in their own cities as much as in late Republican Rome. In more recent centuries, Caesar's name and image have continued to serve as a flexible symbol. 19th century historians, writing amid the formation of nation-states and empires, often cast him as a heroic centralizer, a man who imposed order on a fractious aristocracy and opened the way for a more rational administration. Others, more sympathetic to Republican ideals, depicted him as an ambitious destroyer of liberty, whose civil war demonstrated the dangers of concentrating military command in a single pair of hands. Modern biographies, drawing on archaeology, epigraphy, and close textual analysis, tend to stress the complexity of his motives and the structural strains in the late Republic that made some form of upheaval likely even without his particular trajectory. They note the millions affected by his conquests, the devastation in Gaul, the real grievances of senators whose power he curtailed, and the genuine support he received from soldiers and many provincials. In classrooms and popular culture, he alternates between shrewd general, reforming dictator, and tragic figure marked by destiny, a range of roles that testifies less to his own intentions than to the continuing needs of those who retell his story. If one steps back from these layers of interpretation, what remains is the outline of a life that linked very different scales of experience. On one level, there is the individual, born into a patrician Roman house, educated in law and rhetoric, ambitious, daring in war, energetic in administration. On another level, there is the Republic, an old order strained by empire, whose assemblies, courts, and senatorial debates could no longer easily govern lands stretching from the Atlantic to Syria. Caesar's actions cannot be separated from these wider tensions, any more than his buildings can be detached from the city around them. The Julian calendar still underlies the way many societies reckon months and years, adjusted but not abolished by later reforms. The ruins of his forum and temple still draw visitors who stand before courses of tufa and brick, reading plaques that explain the policies and battles you have now heard described in words. Between those stones and the books and screens of the present stretches a long chain of memory, in which the figure of Julius Caesar has been repeatedly reshaped, yet never entirely dissolved. The long arc of Julius Caesar's life, from a boy in the Subura to a murdered dictator and then a deified figure of empire, survives for us only through a lattice of texts, stones, and later interpretations. To close this account, it is worth slowing the narrative until it almost stops and examining that lattice itself. Our principal ancient sources, Plutarch, Suetonius, Appian, Cassius Dio, and the letters and speeches of Cicero, wrote decades or even centuries after Caesar's death, each under a different political regime and with distinct aims. Caesar's own commentaries on the Gallic and Civil Wars provide an apparently direct voice, yet they are carefully crafted self-representations, written in the third person, omitting episodes that might weaken his case and highlighting others that support his claim to necessity and clemency. The modern historian and the modern listener falling asleep to this steady recital must always remember that behind every vivid scene lies an author, behind every author a context, and behind every context a set of pressures that shaped what was remembered and what was allowed to fade into silence. Across the last century, interpretations of Caesar and of the late Republic have oscillated between structural explanations and those that emphasize individual choice. Early 20th century scholars often frame the period as an inevitable crisis, in which an aristocratic city-state struggled to rule a vast empire. In such accounts, Caesar appeared as the perhaps necessary instrument of a transformation that no one person could have prevented. Later work has challenged this inevitability, stressing instead how particular decisions by senators, tribunes, generals, and crowds combined to push events towards civil war, and how alternatives, though difficult, did exist. Recent studies have gone further, questioning the old division between populares and optimates as rigid parties, pointing out that much of this binary classification derives from Cicero's own rhetoric rather than from any formal organisation. In this view, Caesar becomes not a solitary demolisher of a crumbling order, but one competitor among many in a fluid, participatory political system, whose success and the reactions it provoked tipped that system into repeated bouts of violence. Debate has also turned on the ethical evaluation of his methods, especially in Gaul. For generations, his conquest was described in neutral or admiring terms as an expansion of civilization and an exhibition of tactical genius. More recent scholarship has drawn attention to the scale of killing, enslavement, and devastation that his own narrative, when read closely, implies. Some historians have suggested that the annihilation of certain communities, such as the Eburones, and the deliberate destruction of settlements and harvests might, in contemporary moral vocabulary, be compared to genocide, though the applicability of modern terms to ancient practices remains contested. Others emphasize his readiness to incorporate Gallic elites into Roman structures once resistance had been crushed, noting that many later provincial aristocrats trace their prominence back to arrangements forged under his command. The moral landscape of his actions is therefore uneven, with stark cruelty and calculated integration existing side by side, each serving the larger purpose of stabilizing Roman control over a region previously beyond the formal reach of the Senate and people. When we examine his dictatorship, similar divergences appear. Some modern interpreters, following a line that runs from ancient moralists through early modern republicans to 19th century liberals, see Caesar as the destroyer of lawful liberty, a man whose concentration of offices and honours violated the spirit of the Republic, regardless of any practical benefits his rule may have brought. Others, influenced by analyses of imperial administration and by comparisons with later states, stress his efficiency, his refusal to indulge in mass proscriptions after victory, and his attention to pressing problems such as debt, provincial misrule, and calendar drift. In this reading, Caesar appears as a reforming autocrat whose fatal flaw lay less in cruelty than in a lack of caution, an inability or unwillingness to cloak his dominance in sufficiently thick layers of republican appearance. The same measures that one observer treats as prudent rationalization, another reads as steps toward personal monarchy. The evaluation depends partly on what one considers the core value of the Roman political tradition, procedural liberty or effective governance. Modern scholarship has also recentered the Roman people in the story of Caesar's rise and fall. Earlier narratives, especially those influenced by aristocratic ancient authors, tended to focus on the interplay of leading nobles, treating the assemblies and crowds largely as instruments to be guided or manipulated. More recent work, examining the mechanics of voting, public meetings, and urban movements, has emphasized the active role that ordinary citizens played in endorsing or resisting policies. Caesar's extraordinary popularity in many quarters was not simply imposed from above, it was repeatedly confirmed in elections, in the acclamation of soldiers, in the reception of his games and distributions, and in the spontaneous, if volatile, emotion displayed at his funeral. This does not mean that his power was democratic in a modern sense, but it suggests that any account of his career that focuses solely on senatorial maneuvers misses the wider social currents that carried him forward. The Roman people, divided into tribes and centuries, swayed by oratory and by the sight of visible benefits, made choices that cumulatively helped shape the path from contested consulship to deified ruler. The material remains of Caesar's world give a different, slower testimony. The podium of the Temple of Divus Julius still stands in the Forum, its concrete core exposed where marble veneers have long since been stripped away, its edges softened by weather and time. Nearby, the lines of the Forum Iulium can be traced in low walls and fragments of columns, while the Curia Julia, rebuilt and altered over centuries, still rises with its plain brick facade overlooking the central square. Archaeologists working with trowel, level and measuring tape read these structures as layers of decisions, the decision to align a hall with a particular axis, to use travertine rather than tufa, to reuse older foundations rather than clear them. In provincial towns from Spain to the Levant, inscriptions record dedications made in Caesar's honour or by his lieutenants, while milestones on roads built or improved under his direction name him as consul or imperator. These stones do not tell us what he thought or felt, but they map the reach of his actions across the physical landscape, marking how far his reshaping of the Roman world extended beyond the city, whose politics he transformed. There is also the question of style, both literary and personal. Caesar's commentaries have long been admired for their clarity, brevity, and apparent simplicity, a prose that seems to efface itself in order to present events as if they were unfolding directly before the reader. Ancient critics already recognised that this was an artful simplicity, a deliberate choice to adopt a restrained factual tone that would lend authority to his narrative. Modern readers trained in rhetoric and discourse analysis have dissected his use of perspective, his alternation between rapid summary and detailed set-piece, and his habit of attributing motives to others while rarely revealing his own inner deliberations. In material portraiture, the surviving busts, though often copied and sometimes idealised, tend to show a man with receding hair, a lined forehead, and a thin, almost severe mouth. Whether these features accurately reflect his appearance or were themselves shaped by later conventions, they have become, through repetition in museums, textbooks and films, the face through which modern culture encounters his name. Style, in words and in stone, has thus become part of his enduring power. When we ask what Julius Caesar's life means now, more than 2 millennia after his death, we confront less a single answer than a field of uses. For some, he is a warning, invoked whenever a charismatic leader seems to accumulate armed force and popular support in ways that threaten established norms. For others, he remains a model of decisiveness and administrative energy, important in discussions of leadership and statecraft. Historians of political thought trace through him the changing attitudes toward dictatorship, emergency powers, and the balance between liberty and order, noting how writers from Machiavelli to contemporary theorists have read his career as a case study in the fragility of republican systems under stress. In classrooms, his campaign still served to illustrate the practical realities of Roman logistics and provincial integration. In popular culture, simplified versions of his story, filtered through drama and cinema, continue to circulate as shared reference points. To study him in detail, as we have done here, is therefore not only to reconstruct a singular life, but to observe how that life has continually been reinterpreted to address the concerns of successive ages. Thus, this long, slow narrative, heavy with dates recast as words, with roads and rivers, edicts and temples, comes to rest not in a final judgment, but in a kind of carefully maintained uncertainty. Julius Caesar was at once a product of his society and a shaper of it, a man whose ambition intersected with structural tensions in ways that neither he nor his opponents fully controlled. The republic into which he was born could perhaps have taken other paths. It took the one that his choices, and the choices of many others, carved through civil war. The empire that followed bore his name and his calendar, yet it also departed from his specific plans in countless ways. To listen to his story told at length is to feel the density of human action, the weight of institutions and accidents, pressing down upon a single biography. When the voice falls silent, and sleep finally comes, the after-images that remain of a bridge over a river, a line of legions on a Gallic plain, a funeral pyre beneath a bright comet, are not simply images of one man, but fragments of a larger pattern in which power, memory, and time are woven together across the centuries.